Welcome, fellow citizens of South Park, to a journey through 27 years of Colorado's most enigmatic mountain town. Tonight, we traverse the complete chronological tapestry of events that have shaped this deceptively simple community, from its humble, animated beginnings in 1997 to the complex mythological landscape it has become. Here, beneath the Rocky Mountain peaks, ordinary fourth graders navigate extraordinary circumstances while their town serves as a crucible for humanity's strangest impulses and cosmic interventions. So settle into your beds, let the mountain air fill your thoughts, and prepare to drift through the complete timeline of South Park's documented history. Close your eyes, fellow travelers, and let's begin our chronological expedition. In the foundational years of South Park's documented chronological existence, where the fundamental patterns of extraordinary circumstance and childhood resilience were first established through a series of events that would define the community's relationship with otherworldly phenomena and supernatural intervention for decades to come, there emerges a tapestry of incidents so remarkably consistent in their deviation from normal small-town life that they suggest either extraordinary coincidence or the operation of forces that transcend conventional understanding of how mountain communities typically develop their cultural identity and social dynamics. The Genesis era represents more than simple narrative beginnings or character introductions, but rather the systematic establishment of a cosmological framework where fourth-grade children routinely encounter situations that would challenge the capabilities of trained professionals, while adults demonstrate such consistent incompetence that survival itself becomes dependent upon the problem-solving abilities of individuals who should theoretically be focused on elementary mathematics and playground social dynamics rather than alien encounters and supernatural crisis management. The inaugural documented incident that established South Park's position within the broader cosmic landscape occurred through what appeared to be a routine childhood nightmare experience, as Eric Cartman awakened from what he initially dismissed as a peculiar dream involving extraterrestrial abduction and medical examination procedures that violated every conceivable boundary of personal privacy and bodily autonomy, while simultaneously introducing technologies that exceeded anything available through conventional human medical practice. The reality of Cartman's alien encounter revealed itself through physical evidence that transcended subjective experience to encompass observable phenomena that confirmed the existence of non-human intelligence operating within South Park's geographical boundaries according to research objectives and experimental protocols that remained completely invisible to adult awareness, despite their obvious implications for community safety and national security considerations that should have triggered immediate federal intervention and comprehensive investigation of the circumstances that enabled such unauthorized contact between extraterrestrial entities and American elementary school students. The sophisticated nature of the alien research program that targeted Cartman revealed operational capabilities that indicated long-term surveillance of human development patterns, while employing medical examination techniques that suggested either advanced understanding of human physiology or access to research methodologies that transcended anything available through conventional scientific institutions, creating circumstances where a fourth-grade child became an unwitting participant in experiments whose purposes remained completely obscured by the aliens' apparent inability or unwillingness to communicate their research objectives through channels that would enable informed consent or collaborative scientific cooperation between species whose interaction should have represented one of the most significant events in human history, rather than a source of personal embarrassment and childhood trauma for an individual whose primary concerns should have involved homework completion and playground conflict resolution rather than processing the psychological implications of involuntary participation in interspecies medical research. The pattern of official denial and adult skepticism that emerged in response to Cartman's alien encounter testimony established a community-wide psychological defense mechanism that enabled South Park residents to maintain normal, daily routines, despite mounting evidence that their town occupied a unique position within extraterrestrial research operations whose scope and duration suggested systematic study of human behavioral patterns under controlled conditions that transformed the entire community into an unwitting laboratory where alien observers could monitor social development and individual psychology through methods that remained completely undetected by government agencies, whose responsibility included protecting American citizens from unauthorized foreign contact and potential national security, threats that should have been immediately obvious to anyone possessing basic intelligence gathering capabilities or elementary understanding of the implications inherent in confirmed extraterrestrial presence within domestic territorial boundaries. The cascade of supernatural events that followed the initial alien encounter created a pattern of extraordinary circumstance that exceeded what statistical analysis would predict for random occurrence within any single geographical location, while demonstrating consistent themes that suggested either remarkable coincidence or deliberate cultivation of conditions that enabled repeated contact between South Park's population and entities whose existence challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality and the boundaries between dimensions that normally prevent routine interaction between human consciousness and otherworldly intelligence, operating according to principles that transcended conventional physics, while maintaining sufficient interest in human affairs to justify ongoing observation and periodic intervention in community development processes that should have remained entirely within human control and management, rather than becoming subject to external influences whose motivations and ultimate objectives remained completely hidden from the individuals whose lives they systematically disrupted and transformed through mechanisms that operated beyond normal awareness or understanding. The introduction of recurring mortality patterns through Kenny McCormick's repeated deaths established one of South Park's most persistent and inexplicable phenomena, as the orange parka-wearing boy began experiencing fatal accidents with such regularity that his demise became predictable rather than tragic, while his subsequent resurrections occurred through mechanisms that remained completely invisible to scientific observation, despite their obvious violation of every known biological principle governing life and death processes in human physiology. The casual acceptance with which Kenny's friends responded to his regular destruction and reconstitution indicated either remarkable psychological resilience or supernatural influence that prevented normal grief responses and trauma processing, while enabling continued friendship and social interaction. Despite the obviously disturbing implications of witnessing repeated mortality and resurrection cycles that should have required extensive psychological counseling and medical investigation, rather than brief expressions of concern, followed by immediate resumption of normal childhood activities and social dynamics. The mysterious nature of Kenny's resurrection process created ongoing questions about the relationship between consciousness and physical embodiment, while raising profound theological and scientific issues about the nature of identity, continuity across multiple death and rebirth cycles that seem to preserve personality characteristics and memory retention despite complete physical destruction and reconstitution, through processes that remained completely unobservable and inexplicable, according to any conventional understanding of how biological systems maintain consciousness and personal identity across temporal boundaries. The implications of Kenny's repeated returns from death suggested either divine intervention or technological capabilities that exceeded anything available through human scientific achievement, while simultaneously indicating that South Park's geographical location possessed unique characteristics that enabled supernatural phenomena through mechanisms that transcended normal physical limitations and created conditions where mortality itself became a temporary inconvenience rather than permanent biological termination. The establishment of South Park Elementary School as a nexus point for extraordinary events created an educational environment where routine academic instruction became secondary to crisis management and supernatural encounter processing, while teaching staff demonstrated such consistent professional incompetence that student survival depended entirely upon their own resourcefulness and collaborative problem-solving abilities, rather than adult guidance or institutional protection systems that should have provided appropriate safety measures and educational continuity, despite the obvious challenges created by regular exposure to otherworldly phenomena and community-wide emergencies that disrupted normal classroom activities and academic scheduling with disturbing regularity. The school's apparent inability to maintain educational standards or provide adequate student protection during supernatural events indicated either systematic, institutional failure or deliberate policy decisions that prioritized other objectives over basic child welfare and academic achievement requirements that should have remained paramount regardless of external circumstances or supernatural complications that affected community stability and social functioning. The recurring pattern of adult authority figure incompetence that characterized South Park's early documented history revealed systematic failures in leadership and decision-making that created conditions where elementary school children routinely assumed responsibilities that should have remained within adult domains, while community officials demonstrated such consistent poor judgment that effective governance became impossible without direct intervention from individuals whose age and experience should have disqualified them from participating in complex policy decisions and emergency response coordination activities that required sophisticated understanding of administrative procedures and crisis management protocols. The transformation of fourth graders into de facto community leaders and problem-solving specialists indicated either extraordinary circumstances that exceeded normal adult capabilities or fundamental character defects within South Park's adult population that prevented effective response to the supernatural and administrative challenges that regularly disrupted community functioning and social stability. The introduction of Chef as South Park Elementary's cafeteria worker revealed the presence of at least one adult figure whose wisdom and musical abilities transcended normal expectations for institutional food service personnel while providing crucial guidance and support for students who faced extraordinary circumstances without appropriate preparation or institutional backing from other adult authorities whose incompetence and poor judgment created ongoing dangers for child welfare and community safety. Chef's remarkable knowledge about complex human relationships and his ability to communicate sophisticated psychological insights through spontaneous musical compositions indicated either exceptional, natural wisdom or professional background that remained hidden from his colleagues and community members who accepted his presence without investigating the obvious discrepancies between his apparent job qualifications and his demonstrated expertise in areas that typically required extensive academic training or professional experience in counseling and human development fields that bore no relationship to cafeteria operations or institutional food preparation responsibilities. The establishment of recurring holiday traditions that incorporated supernatural elements and talking excrement revealed South Park's unique approach to seasonal celebration, while introducing mythological figures whose existence transcended normal folkloric boundaries to encompass genuine interaction with community members who accepted their presence as natural components of holiday observance rather than evidence of collective psychological disturbance or supernatural intervention that should have triggered medical paideia, evaluation, and professional investigation of the circumstances that enabled such extraordinary encounters. The integration of supernatural beings into routine cultural activities demonstrated either remarkable community, psychological health, or systematic desensitization to otherworldly phenomena that enabled normal social functioning despite regular exposure to events that would typically require extensive therapeutic intervention and medical supervision to process effectively without lasting psychological damage or social disruption. The emergence of Damien as the literal Antichrist within South Park's elementary school population created theological implications that exceeded anything that normal educational institutions should have been required to address, while introducing eschatological concerns that transcended typical childhood socialization challenges to encompass cosmic battle preparations and supernatural family dynamic navigation that required understanding of biblical prophecy and demonic hierarchy structures rather than conventional playground, conflict resolution techniques, and academic performance monitoring systems that formed the normal boundaries of elementary school administrative responsibility and student services provision. The casual integration of Satan's offspring into routine classroom activities and social interaction patterns indicated either remarkable theological flexibility or supernatural influence that prevented normal religious anxiety and existential concern responses that should have characterized community reactions to confirmed presence of ultimate evil representation among their children's peer groups and educational associates. The revelation of ancient artifact systems and their connection to celebrity transformation into giant monster entities established South Park's position within archaeological mysteries and celebrity culture intersection points that created ongoing threats to community safety, while revealing the existence of mystical objects whose power could transform ordinary individuals into creatures capable of massive destruction and property damage through mechanisms that remained completely beyond scientific understanding or conventional military response capabilities. The Barbra Streisand incident demonstrated that South Park's unique characteristics attracted not only supernatural attention, but also celebrity involvement in cosmic conflicts that should have remained entirely separate from small-town Colorado life, while creating precedents for ongoing celebrity interaction with otherworldly forces that would continue throughout the community's documented history and create recurring patterns of famous personality involvement in supernatural events that exceeded normal entertainment, industry boundaries, and professional relationship expectations. The pattern of international incident involvement that began emerging during South Park's early documented period revealed the community's surprising capacity to influence global events and diplomatic relationships despite its small size and remote geographical location, while demonstrating that the boys' problem-solving abilities and moral clarity could address complex political situations that challenged adult authorities and international organizations whose resources and expertise should have provided superior conflict resolution capabilities and diplomatic intervention strategies. The recurring theme of childhood wisdom, transcending adult political sophistication, indicated either extraordinary circumstances that revealed fundamental truths about human nature and social organization, or supernatural enhancement of the PACES, boys' cognitive abilities and moral understanding that enabled them to perceive solutions that remained invisible to trained professionals and experienced political authorities, whose education and institutional support should have provided decisive advantages in addressing complex global challenges and international relationship management. The establishment of South Park's relationship with Canadian culture and entertainment industry influences created ongoing diplomatic complications and cultural exchange patterns that demonstrated the community's disproportionate impact on international relationships while revealing the boys' exposure to foreign cultural products whose influence on their psychological development and behavioral patterns exceeded what would normally be expected from routine entertainment consumption and media exposure during elementary school developmental periods. The integration of Terence and Philip's crude humor and cultural values into the boys' worldview created ongoing challenges for parental authority and community standards, while establishing precedents for international cultural influence that would continue to affect South Park's social dynamics and individual character development throughout the documented chronological progression of community evolution and cultural adaptation. The emergence of genetic experimentation themes and scientific ethics questions through various incidents involving animal hybridization and medical procedure complications revealed South Park's position within broader scientific research networks, while creating ongoing moral dilemmas that required ethical reasoning capabilities that exceeded normal elementary school philosophical development and moral education parameters. The boys' exposure to complex bioethics questions and genetic manipulation consequences provided educational experiences that transcended conventional academic curricula while creating practical knowledge about scientific methodology and research ethics that should have remained within graduate school and professional training contexts, rather than becoming routine components of fourth-grade experiential learning and character development processes that shaped their understanding of scientific responsibility and technological application ethics. The pattern of media manipulation and information warfare that characterized many early South Park incidents established the community's vulnerability to external narrative control, while demonstrating the boys' developing awareness of how information could be weaponized and public opinion shaped through techniques that exceeded their theoretical educational exposure to media literacy and critical thinking skills development. The recurring theme of fabricated news stories and manufactured controversies that affected community decision-making and social dynamics provided practical education about propaganda techniques and mass psychology manipulation that should have remained within advanced political science and communication theory study, rather than becoming routine elements of elementary school social studies and current events analysis through direct experiential learning that placed the boys at the center of information, warfare operations, and media manipulation campaigns. The religious and spiritual dimensions that emerged throughout South Park's early documented history revealed the community's complex relationship with supernatural authority and divine intervention, while creating ongoing theological questions about the nature of good and evil and the role of human agency within cosmic conflicts that transcended normal religious education, boundaries, and community faith development expectations. The boys' direct encounters with biblical figures and supernatural entities, provided religious education experiences that exceeded anything available through conventional church attendance and Sunday school instruction, while creating practical knowledge about spiritual warfare and divine authority relationships that should have remained within advanced theological study and pastoral training contexts, rather than becoming routine components of childhood spiritual development and moral reasoning capability enhancement through direct supernatural encounter and cosmic conflict participation. The ultimate significance of South Park's Genesis era lies not in any individual incident or character introduction, but in the systematic establishment of a cosmological framework where extraordinary circumstances become routine expectations, while childhood innocence and collaborative problem-solving capabilities prove consistently superior to adult authority and institutional response systems that fail to address the supernatural and administrative challenges that regularly threaten community stability and individual welfare, creating precedents for ongoing patterns of extraordinary event management and moral reasoning development that would continue to characterize South Park's documented history and establish the foundation for decades of continuing supernatural encounter and cosmic conflict participation that transforms routine childhood development into preparation for responsibilities that transcend normal human experience and create opportunities for moral growth and collaborative achievement that exceed anything typically available through conventional small-town American community life and educational system participation. In the transitional years that followed South Park's foundational supernatural establishment, where the community's relationship with otherworldly phenomena evolved from isolated incidents into systematic patterns of extraordinary encounter and cosmic intervention, there emerged a sophisticated expansion of mythological boundaries and dimensional possibilities that transformed the small mountain town from a simple nexus point for alien research into a comprehensive testing ground for reality, manipulation, and interdimensional experimentation, whose scope encompassed parallel universe exploration, international diplomatic complications, and celebrity transformation protocols that operated according to principles so advanced and comprehensive that they suggested either deliberate cultivation by entities whose capabilities exceeded human understanding or natural dimensional properties that concentrated otherworldly activity through geological and atmospheric conditions that remained invisible to conventional scientific observation and governmental monitoring systems that should have detected such extensive supernatural operation within domestic territorial boundaries. The resolution of fundamental paternity mysteries that had created community-wide speculation and gossip revealed the complex nature of family relationship structures within South Park's social framework, while simultaneously introducing elements of conspiracy and cover-up that indicated adult authorities possessed knowledge about genetic relationships and biological parentage that transcended normal community information sharing and created ongoing questions about what other fundamental aspects of local history and individual identity remained hidden behind layers of official secrecy and institutional knowledge management systems that prevented authentic community understanding of the forces that shaped demographic development and social organization within the town's apparently simple suburban structure. The revelation that Eric Cartman's biological father remained unknown, despite extensive investigation, and DNA testing procedures suggested either systematic information, suppression, or supernatural intervention in human reproduction, processes that enabled conception through mechanisms that transcended normal biological understanding and created offspring whose genetic characteristics reflected influences that operated beyond conventional, hereditary transmission, while maintaining sufficient human appearance and behavioral patterns to enable normal social integration and educational participation. The systematic failure of law enforcement institutions that characterized South Park's expanding documented history revealed police and security capabilities so profoundly inadequate that community safety became entirely dependent upon civilian intervention and amateur detective work performed by individuals whose training and experience should have disqualified them from participating in complex criminal investigation and public safety maintenance activities that required professional expertise and institutional resources to execute effectively. The recurring pattern of law enforcement incompetence that enabled criminal activity to flourish, while honest citizens faced harassment and persecution for minor infractions, indicated either widespread corruption within official channels or fundamental character defects among authority figures that prevented effective justice system operation and created conditions where elementary school children routinely outperformed trained professionals in crime-solving and public safety protection activities that should have remained entirely within adult professional domains and governmental responsibility systems. The expansion of medical ethics dilemmas that emerged through various incidents involving surgical procedures and healthcare decision-making revealed South Park's position within broader healthcare industry experimentation while creating moral challenges that required sophisticated understanding of patient rights, informed consent, and medical procedure ethics that exceeded normal elementary school exposure to healthcare system navigation and biomedical decision-making processes. The boys' involvement in protecting individuals from unnecessary medical intervention and their development of strategies for healthcare advocacy demonstrated knowledge and ethical reasoning capabilities that transcended conventional childhood healthcare education, while providing practical experience in medical ethics and patient protection that should have remained within professional medical training and healthcare administration contexts, rather than becoming routine elements of fourth-grade moral development and social responsibility education through direct confrontation with healthcare industry, malpractice, and institutional abuse patterns. The emergence of difference, acceptance themes, and community integration challenges that affected various individuals whose physical characteristics or cultural backgrounds differed from South Park's demographic norms revealed the ongoing tension between inclusive social policies and practical community functioning while creating opportunities for moral education about tolerance and acceptance that transcended normal elementary school diversity education and cultural awareness programming. The boys' consistent advocacy for individuals who faced discrimination or social exclusion demonstrated moral reasoning capabilities and empathy development that exceeded typical childhood prejudice, overcome, and social justice awareness while providing practical experience in community, organizing, and social change advocacy that should have remained within adult civil rights activism and professional social work contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school character development and civic responsibility education through direct confrontation with prejudice and systematic social exclusion patterns. The systematic manipulation of media narratives and information control that characterized numerous incidents throughout South Park's expanding chronological record revealed sophisticated understanding of propaganda techniques, mass psychology manipulation that enabled external forces to influence community decision-making and public opinion through methods that exceeded anything that small-town residents should have encountered during normal civic participation and democratic process involvement. The boys' growing awareness of how fabricated stories and manufactured controversies could shape public perception and policy decisions provided education about information, warfare, and media manipulation that transcended normal media literacy instruction, while creating practical knowledge about propaganda recognition and critical thinking application that should have remained within advanced political science and communication theory study, rather than becoming essential survival skills for elementary school students, navigating community life under constant threat from narrative, manipulation, and psychological warfare operations. The introduction of timeline inconsistencies and reality distortion phenomena that began manifesting during various documented incidents revealed South Park's unique position within temporal mechanics and dimensional stability systems that operated according to principles far beyond conventional physics understanding, while creating conditions where causality and chronological progression became malleable rather than fixed parameters governing community development and individual experience. The boys' exposure to alternative timeline versions of their own community and the revelation that multiple possible versions of reality could coexist within the same dimensional framework demonstrated that South Park's supernatural characteristics extended beyond simple otherworldly contact to encompass fundamental alterations in space-time structure that enabled reality revision and temporal manipulation through mechanisms that remained completely invisible to normal observation and scientific investigation, while creating ongoing challenges for maintaining consistent personal identity and community continuity across multiple possible timeline variations. The expansion of international incident involvement that characterized South Park's broadening global influence revealed the community's surprising capacity to affect diplomatic relationships and international policy decisions, despite its modest size and remote geographical location, while demonstrating that local events and individual decisions could create ripple effects that influenced global stability and international cooperation through mechanisms that transcended normal cause and effect relationships between community-level activities and worldwide political and economic systems. The boys' inadvertent participation in international conflicts and their ability to influence foreign policy outcomes indicated either extraordinary circumstances that amplified local actions beyond normal proportional impact or supernatural enhancement of their decision-making influence that enabled individual choices to affect global events through processes that operated according to principles beyond conventional understanding of how local communities interact with international political and economic networks. The emergence of corporate criticism, themes, and business ethics, education that developed through various incidents involving large-scale commercial operations and small business competition revealed South Park's position within broader economic warfare and market manipulation systems, while creating moral dilemmas about capitalism and economic justice that exceeded normal elementary school economic education and consumer awareness instruction. The boys' exposure to complex business strategy and corporate behavior analysis provided practical education about economic systems and market dynamics that transcended conventional childhood financial literacy, while creating understanding of business ethics and economic justice principles that should have remained within advanced economic theory and business school curricula rather than becoming routine elements of fourth-grade social studies and civic responsibility education through direct confrontation with corporate malpractice and economic exploitation patterns that affected community welfare and individual economic security. The systematic exploration of environmental activism and ecological awareness themes that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the complex relationship between human activity and natural systems, while creating ongoing moral challenges about environmental protection and resource conservation that required sophisticated understanding of ecological science and environmental policy that exceeded normal elementary school environmental education and nature awareness programming. The boys' involvement in environmental protection efforts and their exposure to the tension between economic development and ecological preservation demonstrated knowledge and ethical reasoning capabilities about environmental issues that transcended conventional childhood environmental education, while providing practical experience in environmental advocacy and policy analysis that should have remained within professional environmental science and conservation policy contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school environmental awareness and ecological responsibility development through direct confrontation with environmental destruction and resource exploitation patterns. The expansion of religious institution critique and spiritual authority examination that characterized numerous incidents throughout South Park's documented timeline revealed the community's complex relationship with organized religion and institutional faith, while creating ongoing theological questions about religious authority and spiritual authenticity that exceeded normal elementary school religious education and faith development boundaries. The boys' exposure to religious scandal and institutional corruption provided education about religious history and institutional analysis that transcended conventional religious instruction, while creating understanding of religious authority and spiritual leadership evaluation that should have remained within advanced theological study and religious education contexts, rather than becoming essential components of childhood's spiritual development and moral reasoning, enhancement through direct confrontation with religious malpractice and institutional abuse patterns that affected community faith and individual spiritual growth. The introduction of celebrity culture analysis and entertainment industry criticism that developed through various incidents involving famous personalities and media production revealed South Park's position within broader entertainment industry systems, while creating ongoing questions about celebrity influence and media manipulation that exceeded normal elementary school media literacy and entertainment industry awareness instruction. The boys' exposure to celebrity behavior and entertainment industry practices provided education about media production and celebrity culture that transcended conventional media education, while creating understanding of entertainment, industry, ethics, and celebrity responsibility evaluation that should have remained within advanced media studies and entertainment industry analysis contexts, rather than becoming routine elements of elementary school media literacy and cultural criticism development through direct confrontation with celebrity malpractice and entertainment industry exploitation patterns that affected community culture and individual media consumption habits. The systematic expansion of parallel dimension exploration and alternate reality encounter that emerged through various documented incidents revealed South Park's unique position within multidimensional physics and reality navigation, systems that operated according to principles far beyond conventional scientific understanding, while creating conditions where multiple versions of individuals and communities could interact through dimensional crossover events that challenged fundamental assumptions about identity, continuity, and reality consistency. The boys' exposure to alternate versions of themselves and their community provided practical education about multidimensional physics and reality theory that transcended conventional scientific instruction, while creating understanding of identity, philosophy, and reality perception that should have remained within advanced physics theory and philosophical study contexts rather than becoming routine components of elementary school reality, navigation, and identity development through direct confrontation with alternate dimension, versions, and parallel reality systems that revealed the malleable nature of existence itself. The emergence of festival tradition, establishment, and cultural celebration development that characterized South Park's evolving community identity revealed the ongoing tension between preserving local customs and adapting to contemporary social pressures while creating opportunities for cultural expression and community bonding that transcended normal small-town celebration traditions and seasonal observance patterns. The boys' participation in various festival activities and community celebrations demonstrated cultural awareness and social participation capabilities that exceeded typical childhood community involvement while providing practical experience in cultural preservation and tradition development that should have remained within adult community organization and cultural planning contexts rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school, cultural, education, and community participation. Through direct involvement in festival, planning, and tradition establishment activities that shaped community identity and social cohesion, the expansion of legal system education and justice administration analysis that developed through various incidents involving court proceedings and legal decision-making revealed South Park's complex relationship with legal institutions and justice system operation, while creating ongoing questions about legal authority and judicial effectiveness that exceeded normal elementary school civics, education, and legal system awareness instruction. The boys' exposure to legal proceedings and justice system operation provided education about legal theory and court system function that transcended conventional civics instruction, while creating understanding of legal authority and judicial evaluation that should have remained within advanced legal study and law enforcement training contexts, rather than becoming routine elements of elementary school legal education and civic responsibility development. Through direct confrontation with legal system, malpractice, and judicial corruption patterns that affected community justice and individual legal protection. The systematic exploration of scientific methodology and research ethics themes that emerged through various documented incidents revealed South Park's position within broader scientific research networks, while creating ongoing moral dilemmas about scientific responsibility and research ethics that required sophisticated understanding of scientific method and experimental ethics that exceeded normal elementary school science, education, and research methodology instruction. The boys' involvement in scientific investigation and their exposure to research ethics dilemmas demonstrated knowledge and analytical capabilities about scientific practice that transcended conventional science education while providing practical experience in scientific method and research. Ethics that should have remained within professional scientific training and research methodology contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school science education and intellectual development through direct confrontation with scientific malpractice and research ethics, violations that affected community safety and individual health protection. The emergence of social issue, exploration, and political awareness development that characterized South Park's expanding social consciousness revealed the community's growing engagement with broader social justice movements and appeasing political reform efforts, while creating opportunities for civic education and political participation that transcended normal elementary school social studies and political awareness programming. The boys' involvement in social issue advocacy and their exposure to political process complexities demonstrated civic awareness and political reasoning capabilities that exceeded typical childhood political education while providing practical experience in political participation and social justice advocacy that should have remained within adult civic engagement and professional political contexts rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school political education and civic responsibility development through direct involvement in social justice movements and political reform activities that shaped community social policy and individual civic consciousness. The ultimate significance of South Park's expansion era lies not in any individual incident or character development, but in the systematic transformation of a simple supernatural encounter location into a comprehensive dimensional laboratory where reality manipulation and cosmic intervention operate according to principles that transcend normal physics, while childhood problem-solving capabilities continue to prove superior to adult institutional response systems that fail to address the increasingly complex supernatural and administrative challenges that regularly threaten community stability and create opportunities for moral growth and collaborative achievement that exceed anything typically available through conventional American small-town community life and educational system participation, establishing precedents for ongoing cosmic conflict involvement and dimensional exploration that would continue to characterize South Park's documented chronological progression and create foundations for even more sophisticated supernatural phenomena and otherworldly encounter patterns that transform routine childhood development into preparation for responsibilities that exceed normal human experience and approach cosmic significance. In the maturing chronological development of South Park's supernatural and social evolution, where the established patterns of otherworldly encounter and community crisis management evolved into increasingly sophisticated manifestations of cosmic significance and moral complexity, there emerged a systematic transformation of childhood innocence into something approaching wisdom, while the fundamental incompetence of adult authority figures reached such profound depths that survival itself became dependent upon the collaborative problem-solving capabilities of fourth-grade students whose exposure to extreme moral dilemmas and supernatural challenges created psychological resilience and ethical reasoning abilities that transcended anything typically associated with elementary school developmental stages. The maturing timeline represents more than simple narrative progression or character development enhancement, but rather the systematic documentation of how prolonged exposure to extraordinary circumstances transforms ordinary children into individuals whose moral clarity and practical wisdom consistently surpass the decision-making capabilities of trained professionals and institutional authorities, whose educational credentials and professional experience prove inadequate for addressing the complex supernatural and administrative challenges that characterize South Park's ongoing relationship with cosmic forces and dimensional instability patterns. The most profound demonstration of moral transformation and psychological sophistication that emerged during this crucial developmental period manifested through Eric Cartman's elaborate revenge scheme against Scott Tenorman, an incident so psychologically complex and ethically disturbing that it revealed depths of manipulative capability and strategic thinking that exceeded anything previously documented in South Park's chronological record, while simultaneously establishing Cartman as a figure whose capacity for calculated cruelty and systematic deception operated according to principles that transcended normal childhood behavioral patterns to approach genuine sociopathic characteristics and personality disorders that should have triggered immediate psychological intervention and comprehensive mental Health evaluation rather than casual acceptance as another example of Cartman's difficult personality and social integration challenges within the elementary school peer group dynamic. The systematic nature of Cartman's revenge planning revealed cognitive abilities and psychological manipulation techniques that indicated either extraordinary natural intelligence applied toward destructive purposes or exposure to advanced psychological warfare training that enabled him to predict and manipulate human emotional responses with precision that exceeded anything available through normal childhood social development and peer interaction experience. The elaborate multi-stage deception that culminated in Scott Tenorman consuming his own parents in chili form demonstrated understanding of psychological trauma, induction, and emotional devastation techniques that should have remained completely outside elementary school student knowledge, while revealing access to planning capabilities and resource coordination that suggested either supernatural enhancement of his manipulative abilities or systematic training in psychological warfare and emotional manipulation techniques that transcended anything available through conventional childhood, education, and social experience development. The disturbing enthusiasm that Cartman displayed while observing Scott Tenorman's psychological breakdown and emotional devastation revealed sadistic personality characteristics and empathy deficits that indicated fundamental character disorders requiring immediate professional intervention and comprehensive psychological evaluation, rather than continued integration into normal educational and social environments where his presence created ongoing risks for other students' psychological safety and emotional development. The systematic nature of his pleasure in causing psychological pain and his sophisticated understanding of how to maximize emotional trauma through carefully orchestrated revelations and strategic timing demonstrated psychological manipulation capabilities that exceeded anything that should have been available to elementary school students, while creating precedents for ongoing behavioral escalation that threatened community safety and individual welfare through mechanisms that operated beyond normal disciplinary boundaries. Institutional response capabilities. The casual acceptance with which Stan and Kyle responded to Cartman's grotesque revenge demonstration revealed either psychological desensitization resulting from prolonged exposure to extraordinary moral violations, or supernatural influence that prevented normal emotional responses to witnessing extreme cruelty and psychological abuse performed by someone within their immediate social circle and daily educational environment. Their ability to maintain friendship relationships with an individual who demonstrated such profound capacity for calculated evil indicated either remarkable moral flexibility or psychological adaptation mechanisms that enabled continued social functioning despite regular exposure to behavior that should have permanently altered their understanding of human nature and social relationship safety, while creating ongoing questions about their own moral development and ethical reasoning capabilities under conditions of constant exposure to extreme behavioral pathology. The permanent nature of Kenny McCormick's death during this developmental period created the first genuine confrontation with mortality and loss that transcended his previous pattern of temporary destruction and mysterious resurrection, while forcing his friends to process authentic grief and psychological adjustment without the comfort of expecting his eventual return through whatever supernatural mechanisms had previously restored him to life and social participation. The boys' differential responses to Kenny's terminal illness and eventual death revealed individual personality characteristics and coping mechanisms that had remained hidden during previous crisis situations, while creating opportunities for emotional growth and psychological development that exceeded anything typically available through normal childhood experience and social relationship evolution within conventional educational and community environments. Stan's inability to face Kenny's deteriorating condition and his avoidance of hospital visits revealed psychological vulnerability and emotional protection mechanisms that indicated profound sensitivity beneath his typically pragmatic exterior, while demonstrating how even individuals who routinely managed supernatural crises could become overwhelmed by authentic human suffering and mortality confrontation that operated according to normal biological processes rather than the extraordinary circumstances that characterized most South Park emergency situations. His struggle with guilt and regret following Kenny's death provided educational experiences about friendship, responsibility, and emotional courage that transcended conventional elementary school social development while creating understanding of relationship, maintenance, and emotional support, obligations that should have remained within adult emotional intelligence and social responsibility contexts, rather than becoming routine components of fourth-grade psychological development and moral reasoning enhancement. Kyle's dedication to maintaining bedside vigil and emotional support throughout Kenny's terminal illness demonstrated loyalty and emotional strength that exceeded typical childhood friendship commitment, while revealing psychological resilience and empathy capabilities that enabled him to face difficult circumstances without retreating into denial or avoidance mechanisms that characterized other characters' responses to genuine mortality confrontation. His ability to provide consistent emotional support while processing his own grief and loss demonstrated emotional intelligence and psychological sophistication that transcended normal elementary school emotional development, while creating practical experience in grief counseling and terminal care support that should have remained within professional healthcare and social work contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of childhood friendship, maintenance, and social responsibility development. The systematic introduction of Butters Stotch as a central character within South Park's social dynamic revealed the presence of an individual whose psychological resilience and optimistic worldview enabled him to function effectively, despite exposure to family dysfunction and emotional abuse that should have created lasting psychological damage and behavioral problems requiring extensive therapeutic intervention and social service protection, rather than continued exposure to harmful family environments and community situations that consistently placed his psychological welfare and physical safety at risk through adult negligence and systematic emotional manipulation that exceeded anything that should have been tolerated within normal community, child protection, and family service oversight systems. The complex family dysfunction that characterized Butters' home environment revealed parental behavior patterns and emotional abuse techniques that transcended normal family conflict and disciplinary challenges to encompass systematic psychological manipulation and control mechanisms that created ongoing trauma and identity confusion while preventing normal childhood development and social integration through constant emotional instability and arbitrary punishment systems that operated according to parental psychological disturbance rather than rational child-rearing principles or educational developmental objectives. The sophisticated nature of his parents' emotional manipulation and the systematic way they undermined his confidence and self-understanding indicated either profound psychological pathology or deliberate application of advanced psychological control techniques that enabled complete domination of his emotional development and behavioral responses, while maintaining superficial compliance with community expectations and social service oversight requirements. The remarkable resilience that Butters demonstrated in maintaining optimism and kindness despite constant exposure to emotional abuse and psychological manipulation revealed either supernatural psychological protection or extraordinary natural character strength that enabled him to preserve core personality, characteristics, and moral development despite environmental conditions that should have created lasting psychological damage and behavioral adaptation problems, requiring comprehensive therapeutic intervention and family restructuring. His ability to continue displaying empathy and concern for others while receiving none of these qualities from his own family members indicated psychological resources and moral foundation that transcended normal childhood resilience while creating questions about the sources of his emotional strength and the mechanisms that enabled continued normal social functioning despite ongoing domestic abuse and family system dysfunction. The expansion of government agency involvement and federal response coordination that characterized numerous incidents throughout this developmental period revealed systematic monitoring and intervention protocols that indicated official recognition of South Park's unique characteristics, while demonstrating government capabilities for supernatural event management and community crisis response that exceeded anything acknowledged through normal public information channels and democratic oversight processes. The sophistication of cover-up operations and memory modification techniques that followed major supernatural events indicated access to advanced psychological manipulation technologies and information control systems that enabled comprehensive public awareness management while protecting classified research programs and operational security around activities that would create widespread panic and political instability if their true nature became publicly known through normal investigative journalism and democratic accountability mechanisms. The recurring pattern of celebrity involvement in supernatural events and cosmic conflicts revealed South Park's position within entertainment industry networks and celebrity culture systems that operated according to principles far beyond normal public relations and media management, while creating ongoing opportunities for famous personalities to participate in otherworldly encounters and dimensional conflicts that should have remained entirely separate from professional entertainment activities and public celebrity responsibilities. The systematic nature of celebrity participation in South Park's supernatural events indicated either widespread entertainment industry knowledge about otherworldly phenomena or deliberate recruitment of famous individuals for cosmic conflict participation through mechanisms that remained hidden from public awareness and media industry oversight, while creating ongoing precedents for celebrity involvement in supernatural crisis management and interdimensional warfare activities. The emergence of educational system critique and institutional analysis themes that developed through various documented incidents revealed South Park Elementary's position within broader educational policy networks while creating ongoing questions about institutional effectiveness and administrative competence that exceeded normal parent-teacher communication and local school board oversight responsibilities. The systematic failure of educational leadership and teaching staff competence that characterized most crisis situations indicated either widespread professional incompetence or deliberate institutional policies that prioritized objectives beyond conventional educational achievement and child welfare, while creating conditions where students routinely outperformed trained educators in crisis management and problem-solving activities that should have remained within professional, educational, and administrative responsibility domains. The expansion of religious exploration and spiritual authority examination that characterized this developmental period revealed the boy's growing sophistication in theological reasoning and moral philosophy, while creating opportunities for spiritual growth and religious understanding that transcended normal elementary school religious education and faith development programming. Their direct encounters with religious figures and participation in cosmic spiritual conflicts provided practical education about theological concepts and spiritual warfare that exceeded conventional religious instruction, while creating understanding of divine authority and moral responsibility that should have remained within advanced theological study and ministerial training contexts, rather than becoming routine components of childhood spiritual development and moral reasoning enhancement through direct confrontation with religious institutional corruption and spiritual authority abuse. Patterns. The systematic exploration of scientific ethics and research methodology that emerged through various incidents involving genetic experimentation and medical procedure complications revealed South Park's continued position within advanced research networks, while creating ongoing moral dilemmas about scientific responsibility and experimental ethics that required sophisticated understanding of research, methodology, and bioethics principles that exceeded normal elementary school, science, education, and laboratory safety. Instruction. The boys' involvement in scientific investigation and their exposure to research ethics violations demonstrated analytical capabilities and moral reasoning about scientific practice that transcended conventional science education, while providing practical experience in scientific method and research ethics evaluation that should have remained within professional scientific training and research oversight contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school science, education, and intellectual development. The emergence of economic system analysis and corporate behavior evaluation that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing awareness of business ethics and market manipulation, while creating opportunities for economic education and consumer awareness that transcended normal elementary school financial literacy and social studies instruction. Their exposure to complex business strategy and corporate malpractice provided practical education about economic systems and market dynamics that exceeded conventional childhood financial education, while creating understanding of business, ethics, and economic justice principles that should have remained within advanced economic theory and business administration contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school social studies and civic responsibility development through direct confrontation with corporate plum, exploitation, and economic manipulation patterns that affected community welfare and individual economic security. The systematic expansion of international incident involvement and diplomatic relationship influence that characterized this developmental period revealed South Park's continued capacity to affect global political and economic systems, while demonstrating the boys' growing sophistication in understanding international relationships and diplomatic complexity that transcended normal elementary school geography and world cultures education. Their inadvertent participation in international conflicts and their ability to influence foreign policy outcomes indicated either extraordinary circumstances that amplified local actions beyond normal proportional impact, or systematic enhancement of their decision-making influence that enabled individual choices to affect global events through processes that operated according to principles beyond conventional understanding of how local communities interact with international political and economic networks. Diplomatic relationship systems. The ultimate significance of South Park's maturing timeline lies not in any individual character development or narrative complexity enhancement, but in the systematic transformation of childhood innocence into sophisticated moral, reasoning, and practical wisdom that consistently proves superior to adult institutional response systems and professional expertise, while creating precedents for ongoing cosmic responsibility and supernatural crisis management that transcend normal human developmental expectations and approach levels of ethical reasoning and collaborative problem-solving that exceed anything typically associated with elementary school cognitive development and social responsibility education, establishing foundations for even more complex moral dilemmas and supernatural challenges that would continue to test and develop their remarkable capabilities, while revealing the fundamental inadequacy of adult authority systems and institutional frameworks for addressing the extraordinary circumstances that characterize South Park's ongoing relationship with cosmic forces and dimensional instability patterns that transform routine community life into continuous preparation for responsibilities that exceed normal human experience and moral reasoning requirements. In the culminating period of South Park's cultural commentary evolution, where the established patterns of supernatural encounter and community dysfunction reached their most sophisticated manifestations of satirical precision and social criticism, there emerged a systematic transformation of the town's relationship with contemporary issues into something approaching a perfect laboratory for examining the fundamental contradictions and hypocrisies that characterize modern American society. While the boys' problem-solving capabilities evolved beyond simple crisis management to encompass sophisticated cultural analysis and social commentary that revealed their growing understanding of how institutional failures and adult moral confusion create the very problems they are repeatedly called upon to resolve through collaborative wisdom and ethical clarity that transcends the educational and experiential limitations that should theoretically constrain elementary school students' capacity for complex social criticism and cultural evaluation. The satirical peak era represents more than narrative sophistication or character development enhancement, but rather the systematic documentation of how prolonged exposure to adult incompetence and institutional dysfunction creates individuals whose moral reasoning and practical intelligence consistently identify solutions that remain invisible to trained professionals and cultural authorities whose expertise and institutional resources prove inadequate for addressing the fundamental social and political challenges that characterize contemporary American cultural development and democratic participation processes. The systematic exploration of reality, television, culture, and media manipulation that emerged through various documented incidents revealed South Park's position within broader entertainment industry networks, while creating ongoing questions about authentic human experience versus manufactured narrative that exceeded normal elementary school media literacy and entertainment industry awareness instruction. The boys' inadvertent participation in reality television production and their exposure to the systematic manipulation of human behavior for entertainment purposes provided practical education about media production and audience manipulation that transcended conventional media education, while creating understanding of entertainment industry ethics and reality television authenticity that should have remained within advanced media studies and entertainment industry analysis contexts, rather than becoming routine elements of elementary school media literacy and cultural criticism development through direct confrontation with reality television exploitation and manufactured drama techniques that affected community culture and individual media consumption habits, while revealing the fundamental dishonesty that characterizes much contemporary entertainment programming and celebrity culture development. The emergence of religious film controversy and community division over artistic expression revealed the complex relationship between faith and popular culture, while creating ongoing moral challenges about religious sensitivity and artistic freedom that required sophisticated understanding of constitutional principles and community values that exceeded normal elementary school civics, education, and religious studies instruction. The boys' navigation of religious controversy and their ability to identify reasonable middle ground between competing community factions demonstrated diplomatic skills and constitutional reasoning that transcended conventional childhood civic development, while providing practical experience in religious tolerance and free expression balance that should have remained within adult community leadership and interfaith dialogue contexts, rather than becoming essential components of elementary school civic education and community participation through direct involvement in religious controversy resolution and artistic freedom defense activities that shaped community, cultural policy, and individual religious understanding development. The systematic critique of competitive dance culture and performance arts pressure that characterized various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing awareness of how adult ambition and competitive parenting create psychological pressure and identity confusion for children whose natural development becomes subordinated to parental achievement, fantasies, and community status. Competition that operates through child performance and artistic accomplishment rather than authentic personal growth and individual interest. Exploration. Their reluctant participation in dance competition and performance arts activities provided education about competitive culture and parental pressure that exceeded normal childhood activity participation, while creating understanding of performance anxiety and identity development that should have remained within professional child psychology and performing arts education contexts, rather than becoming routine elements of elementary school, extracurricular participation, and personal development through direct exposure to competitive pressure and performance evaluation systems that prioritized adult satisfaction over child welfare and authentic artistic development. The exploration of sports participation reluctance and deliberate failure pursuit that emerged through various incidents involving athletic competition revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of how organized sports culture creates pressure and expectation systems that transform recreational activity into competitive stress and performance anxiety, while demonstrating their ability to subvert adult expectations through strategic underachievement and deliberate mediocrity that protected their autonomy and preserved their authentic interests against community pressure and parental athletic ambition. Their pursuit of intentional failure in baseball competition provided practical education about sports, culture, criticism, and competitive pressure resistance that transcended normal childhood athletic participation, while creating understanding of performance pressure and competitive culture critique that should have remained within sports psychology and youth athletics administration contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school athletic participation and personal development through direct resistance to competitive pressure and organized sports culture expectations that prioritized adult entertainment over child enjoyment and authentic recreational activity. The systematic examination of social isolation consequences and collective punishment effectiveness that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing sophistication in understanding group dynamics and social control mechanisms, while creating opportunities for psychological education and behavior modification analysis that transcended normal elementary school, social studies, and peer relationship instruction. Their implementation of coordinated silent treatment against Eric Cartman and their observation of its psychological effects provided practical education about social isolation and behavior modification that exceeded conventional childhood social development, while creating understanding of group, psychology, and social control that should have remained within advanced psychology and social behavior contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school, social interaction, and behavior management through direct application of psychological pressure and social isolation, techniques that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of human behavior, modification, and group influence systems. The emergence of environmental disaster response and crisis management themes that characterized numerous incidents throughout this developmental period revealed South Park's continued position within broader emergency response networks, while creating ongoing questions about disaster, preparedness, and community resilience that exceeded normal elementary school safety, education, and emergency preparedness instruction. The boys' involvement in environmental crisis management and their ability to coordinate effective community response during disaster situations demonstrated organizational capabilities and emergency leadership that transcended conventional childhood safety training, while providing practical experience in disaster response and community organization that should have remained within professional emergency management and disaster preparedness contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school safety education and civic responsibility development through direct participation in environmental crisis response and community disaster management activities that revealed ongoing institutional inadequacy and adult authority system failures. The systematic exploration of gender identity and social acceptance themes that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing understanding of individual difference and community tolerance, while creating opportunities for social education and diversity awareness that transcended normal elementary school diversity programming and social acceptance instruction. Their support for individual expression and their resistance to social pressure regarding gender conformity demonstrated moral reasoning and social justice awareness that exceeded typical childhood diversity education, while providing practical experience in minority protection and social justice advocacy that should have remained within adult civil rights, activism, and professional diversity education contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school, social development, and community participation through direct involvement in gender, identity, support, and social acceptance advocacy that shaped community diversity policy and individual tolerance development. The expansion of conspiracy theory, examination, and government cover-up investigation that characterized various incidents throughout this period revealed the boys' growing sophistication in critical thinking and information analysis, while creating opportunities for civic education and governmental accountability awareness that transcended normal elementary school civics instruction and democratic participation education. Their investigation of government conspiracy theories and their ability to distinguish between legitimate concerns and paranoid speculation demonstrated analytical capabilities and civic reasoning that exceeded conventional childhood political education, while providing practical experience in government accountability and information verification that should have remained within advanced political science and investigative journalism contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school, civic education, and democratic participation through direct investigation of crime, government activities, and conspiracy theory evaluation that revealed ongoing institutional secrecy and information control systems. The systematic critique of gaming addiction and virtual reality immersion that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' understanding of technology's psychological impact and social relationship effects, while creating ongoing moral challenges about digital, entertainment, and real-world responsibility. Balance that required sophisticated understanding of psychology and technology, ethics that exceeded normal elementary school computer literacy, and technology education instruction. Their experience with gaming obsession and virtual world immersion provided practical education about technology addiction and social isolation that transcended conventional childhood technology education, while creating understanding of digital media effects and technology, psychology that should have remained within advanced psychology and technology studies contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school technology, education, and digital citizenship development through direct exposure to gaming addiction and virtual reality psychological effects that demonstrated the need for balanced technology use and authentic social relationship maintenance. The emergence of racial sensitivity and hate speech consequences, examination that characterized numerous incidents, revealed the boys' growing awareness of language impact and social responsibility, while creating opportunities for diversity, education, and cultural sensitivity development that transcended normal elementary school multicultural programming and tolerance instruction. Their navigation of racial controversy and their understanding of hate speech consequences demonstrated cultural awareness and social responsibility that exceeded typical childhood diversity education, while providing practical experience in racial sensitivity and cultural competence that should have remained within adult diversity training and cultural education contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school, social development, and cultural awareness through direct confrontation with racial tension and hate speech consequences that shaped community racial relations and individual cultural understanding development. The systematic exploration of economic crisis response and financial responsibility themes that emerged through various documented incidents revealed South Park's position within broader economic systems, while creating ongoing questions about financial management and economic policy that exceeded normal elementary school, economic education, and financial literacy instruction. The boys' exposure to economic crisis and their understanding of financial system complexity demonstrated economic reasoning and policy analysis capabilities that transcended conventional childhood financial education, while providing practical experience in economic policy and financial system analysis that should have remained within advanced economics and financial planning contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school economic education and financial responsibility development through direct exposure to economic crisis and financial system failure that revealed ongoing economic institutional inadequacy and policy system dysfunction. The expansion of international conflict involvement and diplomatic relationship navigation that characterized this developmental period revealed the boys' continued capacity to influence global political systems, while demonstrating growing sophistication in understanding international relations and cultural diplomacy that transcended normal elementary school geography and world cultures education. Their participation in international incidents and their ability to navigate complex cultural relationships indicated either extraordinary circumstances that amplified their diplomatic influence or systematic enhancement of their cultural understanding that enabled effective cross-cultural communication and international relationship management through processes that operated according to principles beyond conventional understanding of how local communities interact with global, political, and cultural systems, while creating precedents for ongoing international involvement and cultural diplomacy participation. The systematic examination of celebrity culture and entertainment industry corruption that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing understanding of fame, psychology, and media manipulation, while creating opportunities for media, literacy, education, and celebrity culture critique that transcended normal elementary school entertainment, industry awareness, and media consumption instruction. Their exposure to celebrity behavior and entertainment industry practices provided education about fame psychology and media production that exceeded conventional media education, while creating understanding of celebrity responsibility and entertainment industry ethics that should have remained within advanced media studies and entertainment industry analysis contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school media literacy and cultural criticism development through direct confrontation with celebrity malpractice and entertainment industry exploitation patterns that affected community culture and individual media consumption habits. The emergence of scientific methodology, critique, and research ethics examination that characterized numerous incidents throughout this period revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of scientific responsibility and experimental ethics, while creating ongoing moral dilemmas about research, methodology, and scientific authority that required advanced understanding of scientific method and bioethics principles that exceeded normal elementary school science, education, and laboratory safety instruction. Their involvement in scientific investigation and their exposure to research ethics violations demonstrated analytical capabilities and moral reasoning about scientific practice that transcended conventional science education, while providing practical experience in scientific method, evaluation, and research ethics analysis that should have remained within professional scientific training and research oversight contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school science education and intellectual development through direct confrontation with scientific malpractice and research ethics violations that affected community safety and individual health protection. The ultimate significance of South Park's satirical peak era lies not in any individual cultural commentary or social criticism enhancement, but in the systematic transformation of elementary school students into sophisticated cultural analysts whose moral reasoning and practical wisdom consistently identify fundamental social problems and effective solutions that remain invisible to adult cultural authorities and institutional experts whose professional training and specialized knowledge prove inadequate for addressing the complex social and political challenges that characterize contemporary American cultural development, while creating precedents for ongoing cultural criticism and social commentary that transcend normal childhood educational boundaries and approach levels of cultural analysis and social understanding that exceed anything typically associated with elementary school cognitive development and civic education, establishing foundations for continued cultural leadership and social criticism that would define their ongoing relationship with community responsibility and civic participation throughout their documented chronological progression and personal development within South Park's unique environment of adult incompetence and institutional dysfunction. In the transformative period of South Park's narrative evolution, where the established patterns of episodic crisis management and individual incident resolution gave way to interconnected storylines and long-term character development arcs that created unprecedented complexity in community, relationship dynamics, and ongoing psychological consequences for prolonged supernatural exposure, there emerged a systematic transformation of storytelling methodology that reflected the boys' maturation into individuals whose accumulated experiences with otherworldly phenomena and adult institutional failure created sophisticated understanding of how seemingly isolated events connect through underlying patterns of causality and social dysfunction that operate according to principles far more complex than simple cause and effect relationships within individual crisis situations. The continuity era represents more than narrative technique evolution or character development sophistication, but rather the systematic documentation of how extended exposure to extraordinary circumstances creates psychological and social changes that cannot be contained within individual episodes or isolated incidents, requiring ongoing exploration of how traumatic experiences and moral challenges accumulate over time to shape personality development and community relationship patterns in ways that transcend conventional childhood developmental models and approach psychological complexity typically associated with adult life experience and professional counseling intervention requirements. The emergence of purity culture, examination, and celebrity relationship dynamics analysis that characterized the beginning of this developmental period revealed the boys' growing awareness of how popular culture and media representation create unrealistic expectations and psychological pressure around romantic relationships and sexual development that exceeded normal elementary school health, education, and social development instruction. Their exposure to celebrity relationship, manipulation, and purity ring marketing demonstrated understanding of media influence and cultural pressure that transcended conventional childhood media literacy while providing practical education about relationship expectations and cultural manipulation that should have remained within advanced psychology and media studies contexts rather than becoming routine elements of elementary school, social development, and relationship education through direct confrontation with celebrity culture, exploitation, and romantic relationship commercialization, patterns that affected community relationship expectations and individual romantic development processes in ways that created ongoing psychological pressure and identity confusion among adolescent populations. The systematic exploration of superhero identity assumption and vigilante justice interpretation that developed through Eric Cartman's transformation into the Coon revealed sophisticated understanding of how individual psychological needs and social justice fantasies can become distorted into authoritarian control mechanisms and violence justification systems that operate according to principles far removed from authentic community service and crime prevention objectives. Cartman's vigilante activities and his systematic abuse of superhero authority demonstrated understanding of power, corruption, and authority misuse that exceeded normal childhood play and fantasy development while creating practical experience in recognizing authoritarian behavior and violence. Escalation that should have remained within professional psychology and law enforcement training contexts, rather than becoming essential components of elementary school, social education, and civic responsibility development through direct exposure to vigilante justice systems and authority abuse. patterns that revealed ongoing community safety, vulnerabilities, and law enforcement inadequacy problems. The expansion of economic crisis response and financial responsibility examination that emerged through various incidents involving market manipulation and consumer behavior revealed South Park's position within broader economic systems while creating ongoing questions about financial literacy and economic policy that exceeded normal elementary school social studies and mathematics instruction. The boys' exposure to economic crisis and their understanding of market psychology demonstrated economic reasoning and policy analysis capabilities that transcended conventional childhood financial education, while providing practical experience in economic system analysis and financial responsibility evaluation that should have remained within advanced economics and business administration contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school economic education and civic responsibility development through direct participation in economic crisis management and financial system analysis activities that revealed ongoing institutional economic dysfunction and policy system inadequacy patterns. The systematic critique of gender comedy double standards and entertainment equality examination that characterized various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing sophistication in understanding cultural bias and social justice principles while creating opportunities for equality, education, and discrimination awareness that transcended normal elementary school diversity programming and social justice instruction. Their navigation of gender-based entertainment discrimination and their understanding of double standard applications demonstrated cultural analysis and social justice reasoning that exceeded typical childhood diversity education while providing practical experience in discrimination, recognition, and equality advocacy that should have remained within adult civil rights activism and professional equality education contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school social development and diversity. Awareness through direct confrontation with gender discrimination and entertainment industry, bias patterns that shaped community cultural expectations and individual gender understanding development, the emergence of viral culture phenomenon and celebrity ego vulnerability analysis that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' understanding of information spread and social psychology while creating ongoing challenges about communication, responsibility, and public influence that required sophisticated understanding of media psychology and cultural influence that exceeded normal elementary school communication and media literacy instruction. Their inadvertent creation of viral cultural content and their observation of celebrity psychological responses provided education about media influence and cultural psychology that transcended conventional media education while creating understanding of communication, responsibility, and cultural influence evaluation that should have remained within advanced communication studies and cultural psychology contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school media, literacy, and social responsibility development through direct involvement in viral culture, creation, and celebrity, psychology observation that affected community cultural development and individual communication understanding patterns, the systematic exploration of international competition and parental ambition, and extremes that emerged through various incidents involving competitive activities and achievement pressure revealed the complex relationship between family, expectations, and individual identity development while creating ongoing moral challenges about achievement culture and competitive pressure that required understanding of child psychology and family dynamics that exceeded normal elementary school counseling and family education services. The boys' exposure to extreme parental competition and their navigation of achievement pressure demonstrated psychological resilience and identity protection capabilities that transcended conventional childhood competitive participation while providing practical experience in pressure, resistance, and identity maintenance that should have remained within professional child psychology and family counseling contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school, personal development, and family relationship. Navigation through direct exposure to extreme parental ambition and competitive culture pressure that affected community family dynamics and individual identity development processes. The expansion of modern piracy, romanticism, and historical misunderstanding examination that characterized various documented incidents revealed the boys' exposure to how popular culture creates unrealistic historical narratives and adventure fantasies that distort understanding of actual historical events and social conditions while creating dangerous misconceptions about violence and criminal behavior that operate according to entertainment industry marketing rather than historical accuracy or educational value. Their confrontation with romanticized piracy culture and criminal behavior glamorization provided education about historical accuracy and media influence that exceeded normal elementary school history and media literacy instruction while creating understanding of historical narrative manipulation and cultural mythology critique that should have remained within advanced history and cultural studies contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school history, education, and cultural analysis through direct exposure to historical romanticism and criminal behavior glamorization that affected community cultural understanding and individual historical perspective development. The systematic examination of posthumous celebrity culture and entertainment industry ghost phenomena that emerged through various documented incidents revealed South Park's continued position within supernatural networks, while creating ongoing questions about death and celebrity culture that exceeded normal elementary school death education and grief counseling services. The boys' exposure to deceased celebrity spirits and their understanding of posthumous cultural influence demonstrated supernatural encounter management and cultural analysis capabilities that transcended conventional childhood death education while providing practical experience in supernatural encounter, processing, and cultural influence, evaluation that should have remained within professional grief counseling and supernatural research contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school death, education, and cultural understanding. Through direct confrontation with celebrity death, culture, and posthumous influence patterns that affected community cultural development and individual death understanding processes. The emergence of prostitution, misunderstanding, and innocent corruption themes that developed through Butter's inadvertent involvement in adult industry activities revealed the ongoing tension between childhood innocence and adult world exposure, while creating complex moral situations that required sophisticated understanding of child protection and social service intervention that exceeded normal elementary school safety, education, and abuse prevention programming. Butter's accidental participation in adult industry activities and his innocent interpretation of exploitative business relationships demonstrated the need for enhanced child protection and social awareness that transcended conventional childhood safety education, while providing disturbing evidence of community supervision, failure, and social service inadequacy that should have triggered immediate intervention and comprehensive child protection evaluation, rather than continued exposure to adult industry activities and exploitative relationship patterns that created ongoing risks for psychological damage and social development disruption. The systematic exploration of controversial literature and cultural influence examination that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing understanding of how creative expression can affect social behavior and cultural development, while creating ongoing questions about artistic responsibility and cultural influence that required sophisticated understanding of literature effects and cultural psychology that exceeded normal elementary school literature and creative writing instruction. Their inadvertent creation of controversial literary content and their observation of its cultural impact provided education about creative responsibility and cultural influence that transcended conventional creative writing education, while creating understanding of artistic impact and cultural responsibility evaluation that should have remained within advanced literature and cultural studies contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school creative writing and cultural awareness through direct involvement in controversial content creation and cultural impact, observation that affected community cultural development and individual creative expression understanding, the expansion of medical marijuana, culture, and health justification, creativity examination that characterized various incidents throughout this period revealed the complex relationship between medical legitimacy and recreational substance use while creating ongoing moral challenges about health, system integrity, and substance abuse that required understanding of medical ethics and addiction psychology that exceeded normal elementary school health education and substance abuse prevention programming. The boys' exposure to medical marijuana culture and their understanding of health system manipulation demonstrated awareness of medical ethics and substance abuse issues that transcended conventional childhood health education while providing practical experience in health system analysis and substance abuse recognition that should have remained within professional medical education and addiction counseling contexts rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school health education and substance abuse awareness through direct exposure to medical system manipulation and substance abuse justification patterns that affected community health culture and individual health understanding development. The systematic examination of social media addiction and digital relationship dynamics that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing understanding of technology's psychological impact and social relationship effects, while creating ongoing challenges about digital communication and authentic relationship maintenance that required sophisticated understanding of technology, psychology, and social media effects that exceeded normal elementary school technology, education, and digital citizenship instruction. Their experience with social media pressure and digital relationship complexity provided education about technology, psychology, and social media effects that transcended conventional technology education, while creating understanding of digital communication, responsibility, and authentic relationship evaluation that should have remained within advanced psychology and technology studies contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school technology, education, and social relationship development through direct exposure to social media addiction and digital relationship manipulation that affected community, social development, and individual relationship understanding patterns. The emergence of censorship controversy and free expression defense that characterized numerous incidents throughout this period revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of constitutional principles and artistic freedom while creating opportunities for civic education and First Amendment awareness that transcended normal elementary school civics instruction and constitutional education programming. Their involvement in censorship controversy and their defense of artistic expression demonstrated constitutional reasoning and civic responsibility that exceeded typical childhood civic education, while providing practical experience in free speech advocacy and constitutional principle application that should have remained within advanced civics and constitutional law contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school civic education and constitutional awareness through direct participation in censorship, resistance, and free expression advocacy that shaped community, cultural policy, and individual constitutional understanding development. The systematic exploration of dream invasion and psychological manipulation themes that emerged through various documented incidents revealed South Park's continued exposure to advanced psychological manipulation techniques while creating ongoing questions about mental privacy and psychological security that exceeded normal elementary school psychology education and mental health awareness programming. The boys' exposure to dream manipulation and psychological invasion provided education about mental privacy and psychological security that transcended conventional childhood psychology education while creating understanding of psychological manipulation, recognition, and mental security, protection that should have remained within professional psychology and security studies contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school, mental health, education, and psychological awareness through direct confrontation with psychological manipulation and mental invasion, techniques that affected community, psychological security, and individual mental privacy protection understanding. The expansion of superhero franchise development and organizational challenge examination that characterized the Coon and Friends storyline revealed the boys' growing understanding of group dynamics and organizational management, while creating opportunities for leadership education and team cooperation development that transcended normal elementary school group project and cooperative learning instruction. Their experience with superhero team organization and conflict resolution demonstrated leadership capabilities and organizational skills that exceeded conventional childhood group participation, while providing practical experience in team management and conflict resolution that should have remained within adult organizational development and professional management contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school leadership education and group cooperation through direct participation in organizational development and team conflict management that affected community, organizational understanding, and individual leadership development processes. The ultimate significance of South Park's continuity era lies not in any individual storyline development or character relationship enhancement, but in the systematic transformation of episodic crisis management into ongoing psychological and social development that requires long-term consequence, processing, and relationship evolution, while creating precedents for sustained character growth and community development that transcend individual incident resolution and approach comprehensive life experience documentation that reveals how prolonged exposure to extraordinary circumstances creates cumulative psychological and social changes that exceed anything typically associated with elementary school developmental expectations and community relationship evolution, establishing foundations for continued personal growth and social responsibility development that would characterize their ongoing maturation within South Park's unique environment of supernatural encounter and institutional dysfunction, while demonstrating that authentic character development requires sustained narrative attention and long-term consequence exploration, rather than simple crisis resolution and episodic incident management approaches. In the contemporary period of South Park's documented chronological progression, where the established patterns of supernatural encounter and community dysfunction evolved to address the increasingly complex political and technological challenges that characterized modern American society during the second decade of the 21st century, there emerged a systematic transformation of the boys' problem-solving capabilities into sophisticated analysis of contemporary social issues and political polarization, while their community became a microcosm for examining how traditional American values and social structures adapt to rapid cultural change and technological disruption that operates according to principles far more complex than previous generational transitions and cultural evolution patterns. The modern era represents more than simple contemporary issue, integration, or current events commentary, but rather the systematic documentation of how prolonged exposure to extraordinary circumstances creates analytical frameworks and moral reasoning capabilities that enable elementary school students to identify fundamental problems within contemporary American political discourse and social organization, while adult authorities and institutional systems prove increasingly inadequate for addressing the polarization and technological disruption that characterize modern democratic participation and community cohesion maintenance. Requirements: the systematic exploration of startup culture and entrepreneurial venture capitalism that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing understanding of how economic innovation and business development create opportunities for both legitimate achievement and systematic exploitation, while creating ongoing moral challenges about economic ethics and wealth distribution that required sophisticated understanding of business principles and economic justice that exceeded normal elementary school. Economics, education, and entrepreneurship awareness. Programming. Their attempted participation in startup culture and technology entrepreneurship provided practical education about business development and economic innovation that transcended conventional childhood financial literacy, while creating understanding of entrepreneurial responsibility and economic system analysis that should have remained within advanced business education and economic policy contexts, rather than becoming routine elements of elementary school economic education and civic responsibility development through direct exposure to startup culture, exploitation, and venture capitalism, manipulation patterns that affected community economic development and individual financial understanding processes in ways that revealed ongoing economic, institutional inadequacy and wealth distribution inequality problems. The emergence of health fad extremism and dietary panic response examination that characterized numerous incidents throughout this developmental period revealed South Park's continued susceptibility to mass hysteria and cultural manipulation, while creating ongoing questions about health, information literacy, and medical authority that exceeded normal elementary school health, education, and nutrition instruction. The boys' exposure to gluten-free panic culture and dietary extremism demonstrated understanding of health psychology and cultural manipulation that transcended conventional childhood health education, while providing practical experience in health, information, evaluation, and medical authority assessment that should have remained within professional health education and medical literacy contexts, rather than becoming essential components of elementary school health education and consumer awareness through direct confrontation with health, fad, exploitation, and dietary panic. manipulation that affected community, health, culture, and individual nutrition, understanding development, while revealing ongoing medical information system, inadequacy, and health authority credibility problems. The systematic examination of transgender rights and gender identity politics, navigation that developed through various documented incidents, revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of individual dignity and social acceptance principles, while creating opportunities for diversity, education, and human rights awareness that transcended normal elementary school diversity programming and social justice instruction. Their navigation of transgender controversy and their consistent support for individual expression demonstrated moral reasoning and social justice awareness that exceeded typical childhood diversity education, while providing practical experience in minority protection and human rights advocacy that should have remained within adult civil rights activism and professional diversity education contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school social development and human rights awareness through direct involvement in gender identity support and social acceptance advocacy that shaped community diversity policy and individual tolerance development processes, while creating precedents for ongoing social justice participation and minority protection activities. The expansion of transportation, disruption, and technological change adaptation that characterized various incidents throughout this period revealed the boys' understanding of how innovation creates economic disruption and social chaos. Change, while creating ongoing challenges about technological progress and traditional industry protection that required sophisticated understanding of economic transition and social adaptation that exceeded normal elementary school technology, education, and economic awareness instruction. Their experience with transportation, innovation, and traditional business disruption provided education about technological change and economic adaptation that transcended conventional childhood technology education, while creating understanding of innovation, impact, and economic transition management that should have remained within advanced economics and technology policy contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school technology, education, and economic understanding through direct exposure to technological disruption and economic change patterns that affected community, economic stability, and individual technology understanding development. The systematic critique of surveillance culture and privacy invasion examination that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing awareness of how technology enables privacy violation and social control, while creating ongoing moral challenges about security and personal freedom balance that required understanding of constitutional principles and technology ethics that exceeded normal elementary school civics, education, and technology literacy instruction. Their exposure to surveillance technology and privacy invasion provided education about constitutional rights and technology ethics that transcended conventional childhood civics, education, while creating understanding of privacy protection and constitutional principle application that should have remained within advanced constitutional law and technology policy contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school, civic education, and digital citizenship. Through direct confrontation with surveillance, culture, and privacy violation patterns that affected community privacy, security, and individual constitutional understanding development, while revealing ongoing governmental authority overreach and constitutional protection inadequacy problems. The emergence of gaming monetization and addiction-based business model examination that characterized numerous incidents revealed the boys' understanding of how technology companies exploit psychological vulnerabilities for profit generation while creating ongoing questions about consumer protection and business ethics that required sophisticated understanding of psychology and economic exploitation that exceeded normal elementary school consumer education and business ethics instruction. Their exposure to freemium gaming and addiction-based monetization provided education about consumer psychology and business ethics that transcended conventional childhood consumer education while creating understanding of psychological manipulation, recognition, and consumer protection. Evaluation that should have remained within advanced psychology and business ethics contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school, consumer education, and business awareness through direct exposure to psychological manipulation and consumer exploitation patterns that affected community, consumer culture, and individual financial protection understanding development. The systematic exploration of virtual reality, confusion and reality perception challenges that developed through various documented incidents revealed South Park's continued exposure to advanced technology and psychological paid manipulation, while creating ongoing questions about consciousness and reality perception that exceeded normal elementary school psychology, education, and technology awareness programming. The boys' experience with virtual reality, confusion, and perception manipulation provided education about consciousness and reality perception that transcended conventional childhood psychology education, while creating understanding of psychological security and reality perception protection that should have remained within professional psychology and technology studies context rather than becoming routine components of elementary school, mental health, education, and technology literacy through direct confrontation with reality, manipulation and perception distortion techniques that affected community psychological security and individual reality perception understanding while creating precedents for ongoing technology, psychology, awareness, and mental security protection development. The expansion of immigration, anxiety, and cultural change resistance examination that characterized various incidents throughout this period revealed South Park's position within broader demographic change processes, while creating ongoing questions about cultural identity and community. Adaptation that exceeded normal elementary school social studies and cultural awareness instruction. The boys' exposure to immigration controversy and cultural change resistance provided education about demographic change and cultural adaptation that transcended conventional childhood social studies education while creating understanding of cultural identity, protection, and community. Adaptation, evaluation that should have remained within advanced sociology and cultural studies contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school, social studies, and cultural awareness through direct exposure to demographic change and cultural resistance patterns that affected community cultural development and individual cultural understanding processes, while revealing ongoing cultural adaptation challenges and community integration inadequacy problems. The systematic critique of review culture, power, and consumer entitlement examination that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the boys' understanding of how digital platforms enable consumer manipulation and business intimidation, while creating ongoing challenges about consumer responsibility and business protection that required sophisticated understanding of digital culture and economic relationships that exceeded normal elementary school consumer education and digital citizenship instruction. Their exposure to review culture, manipulation, and consumer entitlement provided education about digital responsibility and consumer ethics that transcended conventional childhood digital citizenship education, while creating understanding of online behavior, evaluation, and digital platform responsibility that should have remained within advanced digital studies and consumer psychology contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school digital citizenship and consumer awareness through direct confrontation with review culture, manipulation, and consumer entitlement, patterns that affected community, business, culture, and individual digital behavior, understanding development. The emergence of emotional protection extremes and sensitivity culture examination that characterized numerous incidents revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of psychological resilience and emotional development, while creating opportunities for mental health, education, and emotional intelligence awareness that transcended normal elementary school counseling and emotional development programming. Their navigation of safe space culture and emotional protection extremes demonstrated psychological reasoning and emotional intelligence that exceeded typical childhood emotional education, while providing practical experience in emotional protection, resilience, and psychological health evaluation that should have remained within professional psychology and mental health education contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school emotional development and mental health awareness through direct involvement in emotional protection policy and psychological resilience advocacy that shaped community mental health culture and individual emotional understanding development processes. The systematic exploration of cultural appropriation and costume choice consequences that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing awareness of cultural sensitivity and social responsibility, while creating ongoing challenges about cultural appreciation and respect boundaries that required understanding of cultural history and social justice principles that exceeded normal elementary school diversity, education, and cultural awareness instruction. Their navigation of cultural appropriation, controversy, and costume choice consequences provided education about cultural sensitivity and social responsibility that transcended conventional childhood diversity education, while creating understanding of cultural respect, evaluation, and social responsibility assessment that should have remained within advanced cultural studies and social justice education contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school diversity education and cultural awareness through direct confrontation with cultural appropriation and social responsibility patterns that affected community cultural relations and individual cultural understanding development. The expansion of advertising integration and media manipulation examination that characterized numerous incidents throughout this period revealed the boys' understanding of how commercial interests infiltrate information systems and democratic processes, while creating ongoing questions about information, integrity, and democratic participation that exceeded normal elementary school media literacy and civic education instruction. Their exposure to sponsored content and advertising manipulation provided education about media integrity and democratic protection that transcended conventional childhood media literacy, while creating understanding of information, verification, and democratic process evaluation that should have remained within advanced media studies and political science contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school media literacy and civic education through direct exposure to advertising manipulation and democratic interference patterns that affected community, information, culture, and individual democratic understanding development. While revealing ongoing media integrity problems, and democratic process vulnerability issues. The systematic critique of political correctness enforcement and ideological change adaptation that emerged through various documented incidents revealed South Park's position within broader cultural change processes, while creating ongoing questions about free expression and social adaptation that exceeded normal elementary school diversity, education, and social change awareness instruction. The boys' exposure to political correctness enforcement and ideological pressure provided education about cultural change and free expression that transcended conventional childhood diversity education, while creating understanding of Kalman, ideological pressure, recognition, and free expression. Protection that should have remained within advanced political science and cultural studies. Contexts rather than becoming routine components of elementary school, social, education, and cultural awareness through direct confrontation with ideological enforcement and cultural change, pressure that affected community, cultural freedom, and individual expression understanding development. The emergence of nostalgia, manipulation, and false memory comfort examination that characterized numerous incidents revealed the boys' understanding of how psychological vulnerabilities enable political manipulation and social control, while creating ongoing challenges about memory and identity protection that required sophisticated understanding of psychology and political manipulation that exceeded normal elementary school psychology, education, and political awareness instruction. Their exposure to nostalgia manipulation and false memory creation provided education about psychological manipulation and political control that transcended conventional childhood psychology education, while creating understanding of memory protection and identity security evaluation that should have remained within advanced psychology and political science contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school psychology, education, and political awareness through direct exposure to nostalgia, manipulation, and false memory creation patterns that affected community, political, culture, and individual psychological security understanding development. The systematic exploration of online trolling consequences and digital behavior accountability that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing understanding of how digital communication creates real-world consequences and social responsibility, while creating opportunities for digital citizenship, education, and online behavior awareness that transcended normal elementary school technology, education, and social responsibility instruction. Their navigation of online trolling controversy and digital behavior consequences demonstrated technological responsibility and social awareness that exceeded typical childhood digital citizenship education, while providing practical experience in online behavior, evaluation, and digital responsibility assessment that should have remained within advanced digital studies and social psychology contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school digital citizenship and social responsibility through direct involvement in online behavior, accountability, and digital consequence management that shaped community, digital culture, and individual online behavior understanding development processes. The ultimate significance of South Park's modern era lies not in any individual contemporary issue examination or political commentary enhancement, but in the systematic transformation of elementary school students into sophisticated analysts of modern American political and social dysfunction whose moral reasoning and practical wisdom consistently identify fundamental problems within contemporary democratic participation and technological adaptation, while adult authorities and institutional systems prove increasingly inadequate for addressing the polarization and cultural disruption that characterize modern community life, establishing precedents for ongoing political analysis and social criticism that transcend normal childhood educational boundaries and approach levels of political understanding and cultural analysis that exceed anything typically associated with elementary school civic development and social awareness education, while creating foundations for continued democratic participation and social responsibility that would define their ongoing relationship with community leadership and political engagement throughout their documented chronological progression within South Park's unique environment of adult incompetence and institutional dysfunction that serves as a perfect laboratory for examining contemporary American political and social challenges. In the transformative period of South Park's chronological development that coincided with unprecedented global crisis and social upheaval, where the established patterns of supernatural encounter and community dysfunction evolved to address the existential challenges of pandemic response, political polarization, and technological acceleration that characterized American society during the late 2010s and early 2020s, there emerged a systematic transformation of the boys' analytical capabilities into comprehensive crisis management and social adaptation expertise, while their community became a laboratory for examining how traditional, institutional structures and social relationships adapt to sustained emergency conditions and rapid cultural change that operates according to principles far more complex than previous crisis response patterns and community resilience models. The pandemic era represents more than simple crisis documentation or emergency response analysis, but rather the systematic exploration of how prolonged exposure to extraordinary circumstances creates adaptive mechanisms and survival strategies that enable elementary school students to navigate unprecedented social disruption and institutional breakdown, while adult authorities and governmental systems prove catastrophically inadequate for managing the complex intersections of public health, economic stability, and social cohesion that characterize modern crisis response and community survival requirements during extended emergency conditions. The systematic normalization of violence, acceptance, and institutional response failure that emerged through various documented incidents involving school safety and community violence revealed the boys' growing understanding of how repeated exposure to trauma creates psychological adaptation mechanisms and social desensitization that enable continued functioning despite ongoing threats to personal safety and community security, while creating ongoing moral challenges about violence prevention and institutional protection that required sophisticated understanding of trauma, psychology, and emergency response that exceeded normal elementary school safety, education, and crisis preparation programming. Their adaptation to violence, normalization, and institutional safety failure provided practical education about trauma processing and crisis adaptation that transcended conventional childhood safety education, while creating understanding of institutional failure recognition and personal security evaluation that should have remained within professional trauma counseling and emergency management contexts, rather than becoming routine elements of elementary school safety, education, and crisis preparation. Through direct exposure to violence, normalization, and institutional protection failure, patterns that affected community security culture and individual safety understanding development in ways that revealed ongoing institutional security inadequacy and crisis response system dysfunction problems. The emergence of religious scandal processing and institutional faith navigation that characterized numerous incidents throughout this developmental period revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of institutional corruption and moral authority evaluation, while creating opportunities for spiritual education and religious literacy that transcended normal elementary school, religious studies, and moral development programming. Their exposure to religious institutional scandal and faith authority corruption provided education about religious history and institutional analysis that exceeded conventional religious education, while creating understanding of spiritual authority evaluation and moral leadership assessment that should have remained within advanced theological study and religious education contexts, rather than becoming essential components of elementary school spiritual development and moral reasoning through direct confrontation with religious, institutional corruption, and spiritual authority abuse, patterns that affected community, faith, culture, and individual religious understanding development, while creating precedents for ongoing religious literacy and spiritual authority evaluation activities. The systematic examination of workplace misconduct consequences and community hero reassessment that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing awareness of how institutional protection systems enable abuse while creating ongoing challenges about accountability and justice that required understanding of legal systems and social responsibility that exceeded normal elementary school civic education and social justice instruction. Their navigation of workplace misconduct, controversy, and community hero evaluation provided education about accountability systems and justice processes that transcended conventional childhood civic education, while creating understanding of institutional accountability evaluation and social responsibility assessment that should have remained within advanced legal studies and social justice education contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school civic education and community responsibility through direct involvement in accountability, advocacy, and justice system evaluation that shaped community accountability, culture, and individual justice. Their navigation of workplace misconduct, controversy, and community hero evaluation provided education about accountability systems and justice processes that transcended conventional childhood civic education, while creating understanding of institutional accountability evaluation and social responsibility assessment that should have remained within advanced legal studies and social justice education contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school civic education and community responsibility through direct involvement in accountability, advocacy, and justice system evaluation that shaped community accountability, culture, and individual justice understanding development processes. The expansion of rural lifestyle transition and agricultural venture development that characterized Randy Marsh's family economic transformation revealed South Park's position within broader economic disruption and lifestyle change processes, while creating ongoing questions about economic sustainability and family adaptation that exceeded normal elementary school economics, education, and family life instruction. The boys' exposure to agricultural business development and rural lifestyle adaptation provided education about economic transition and family adaptation that transcended conventional childhood economic education, while creating understanding of economic sustainability, evaluation, and lifestyle change assessment that should have remained within advanced economics and family studies contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school economic education. Their exposure to immigration, detention, and justice system failure provided education about human rights and legal accountability that transcended conventional childhood civic education, while creating understanding of justice system, evaluation, and human rights assessment that should have remained within advanced legal studies and human rights education contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school, civic education, and social justice awareness. Through direct confrontation with justice system failure and human rights violation patterns that affected community justice, culture, and individual legal understanding development. The systematic critique of censorship, accommodation, and artistic freedom navigation that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' understanding of how commercial interests compromise artistic expression, democratic values, while creating ongoing questions about creative freedom and economic pressure that exceeded normal elementary school civic education and arts instruction. Their navigation of censorship, accommodation, and artistic freedom compromise provided education about creative rights and economic pressure that transcended conventional childhood civic education, while creating understanding of artistic freedom, evaluation, and commercial influence assessment that should have remained within advanced arts education and political science contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school civic education and creative expression through direct exposure to censorship, accommodation, and artistic freedom compromise patterns that affected community, cultural freedom, and individual creative understanding development. The expansion of vaccination resistance and health policy conflict examination that characterized various incidents throughout this period revealed South Park's position within broader public health debates, while creating ongoing questions about medical authority and community health that exceeded normal elementary school health education and science instruction. The boys' exposure to vaccination controversy and health policy conflict provided education about public health and medical authority that transcended conventional childhood health education, while creating understanding of health policy evaluation and medical authority assessment that should have remained within advanced health education and policy studies contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school health education and scientific literacy through direct exposure to vaccination resistance and health policy conflict patterns that affected community health, culture, and individual medical understanding development, while revealing ongoing public health system inadequacy and medical authority credibility problems. The systematic exploration of alternative protein and dietary change adaptation that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the boys' understanding of how technological innovation creates cultural change and social adaptation challenges, while creating ongoing opportunities for nutrition, education, and environmental awareness that exceeded normal elementary school health education and environmental studies instruction. Their exposure to alternative protein development and dietary change adaptation provided education about nutrition, science, and environmental impact that transcended conventional childhood health education, while creating understanding of dietary innovation, evaluation, and environmental impact assessment that should have remained within advanced nutrition, science, and environmental studies contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school health, education, and environmental awareness through direct exposure to dietary innovation and environmental impact patterns that affected community, nutrition, culture, and individual dietary understanding development. The emergence of holiday tradition, evolution, and family lifestyle integration that characterized numerous incidents revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of cultural adaptation and family dynamics while creating opportunities for cultural education and family studies that transcended normal elementary school social studies and family life instruction. Their navigation of holiday tradition, evolution, and family lifestyle integration demonstrated cultural flexibility and family adaptation awareness that exceeded typical childhood cultural education while providing practical experience in math, cultural adaptation, and family relationship management that should have remained within advanced cultural studies and family education contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school cultural education and family development through direct involvement in holiday tradition, adaptation, and family lifestyle integration that shaped community cultural traditions and individual family understanding development processes. The systematic examination of streaming service competition and entertainment industry navigation that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing awareness of how media consolidation affects cultural expression and consumer choice while creating ongoing challenges about media diversity and cultural access that required understanding of media economics and cultural policy that exceeded normal elementary school media literacy and economics instruction. Their exposure to streaming service competition and entertainment industry consolidation provided education about media economics and cultural access that transcended conventional childhood media education while creating understanding of cultural media diversity evaluation and cultural access assessment that should have remained within advanced media studies and cultural policy contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school media literacy and cultural awareness through direct exposure to media consolidation and cultural access patterns that affected community media culture and individual entertainment understanding development. The expansion of conspiracy theory, proliferation, and misinformation combat that characterized the pandemic response period revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of information, warfare, and social manipulation, while creating ongoing challenges about truth verification and social responsibility that required advanced understanding of information systems and psychological manipulation that exceeded normal elementary school media literacy and critical thinking instruction. Their navigation of conspiracy theory, proliferation, and misinformation combat provided education about information verification and psychological manipulation that transcended conventional childhood media literacy while creating understanding of information, integrity, evaluation, and social responsibility assessment that should have remained within advanced information, science, and social psychology contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school media, literacy, and social responsibility through direct involvement in misinformation combat and information verification advocacy that shaped community information, culture, and individual critical thinking development processes, while creating precedents for ongoing information, literacy, and truth verification activities. The ultimate significance of South Park's pandemic era lies not in any individual crisis response or social adaptation enhancement, but in the systematic transformation of elementary school students into comprehensive crisis management specialists whose analytical capabilities and adaptive Wisdom consistently identify effective survival strategies and community resilience solutions that remain invisible to adult authorities and institutional systems whose professional training and emergency protocols prove catastrophically inadequate for addressing the complex intersections of public health, economic disruption, and social breakdown that characterize modern crisis conditions, establishing precedents for ongoing crisis leadership and community adaptation that transcend normal childhood developmental expectations and approach levels of crisis management and social resilience that exceed anything typically associated with elementary school cognitive development and emergency preparedness education, while creating foundations for continued crisis response and community leadership that would define their ongoing relationship with survival and adaptation throughout South Park's unique environment of institutional failure and social disruption that serves as a perfect laboratory for examining contemporary American crisis response and community resilience challenges during extended emergency conditions and social transformation periods. In the revolutionary period of South Park's narrative evolution that coincided with the transformation of television entertainment distribution from traditional broadcast networks to streaming platform dominance, where the established patterns of episodic storytelling and seasonal programming cycles evolved to accommodate new production schedules and audience engagement models that fundamentally altered how animated content reaches viewers and shapes cultural discourse, there emerged a systematic adaptation of South Park's storytelling methodology to address contemporary issues through platform-specific content delivery while maintaining the core dynamic of elementary school problem-solving, capabilities that consistently prove superior to adult institutional responses and professional expertise in managing the complex social and technological challenges that characterize modern American cultural development and democratic participation processes. The streaming era represents more than simple distribution method, evolution, or platform adaptation strategy, but rather the comprehensive documentation of how established satirical frameworks and character development patterns adapt to new technological environments while preserving essential narrative elements that enable continued cultural commentary and social criticism through vehicles that transcend traditional broadcasting limitations and reach audiences through personalized content consumption patterns that operate according to principles fundamentally different from conventional television viewing and cultural influence. Distribution systems. The systematic exploration of celebrity mental health and public breakdown consequences that emerged through various documented incidents involving famous personalities and media scrutiny revealed the boys' growing understanding of how public attention and social media pressure create psychological instability and behavioral crisis, while creating ongoing moral challenges about privacy and public responsibility that required sophisticated understanding of psychology and media ethics that exceeded normal elementary school, social studies and mental health awareness, instruction. Their exposure to celebrity mental health crisis and public breakdown consequences provided practical education about fame, psychology, and media responsibility that transcended conventional childhood media literacy while creating understanding of mental health protection and public discourse. Evaluation that should have remained within advanced psychology and media studies contexts, rather than becoming routine elements of elementary school media, education, and social responsibility development through direct confrontation with celebrity, mental health, exploitation, and public breakdown. Sensationalism patterns that affected community, media, culture, and individual mental health understanding development in ways that revealed ongoing media, industry, ethics, inadequacy, and public discourse, responsibility system dysfunction. Problems: the emergence of celebrity privacy demands and media attention, navigation examination that characterized numerous incidents throughout this developmental period revealed South Park's continued position within entertainment industry networks while creating ongoing questions about public interest and individual privacy that exceeded normal elementary school media literacy and civic education instruction. The boys' navigation of celebrity privacy, controversy, and media attention management provided education about privacy rights and public interest that transcended conventional childhood media education while creating understanding of privacy, protection, evaluation, and media responsibility. Assessment that should have remained within advanced media law and journalism ethics contexts, rather than becoming essential components of elementary school media literacy and civic responsibility through direct involvement in privacy, advocacy, and media accountability that shaped community media, relations, and individual privacy understanding development processes, while creating precedents for ongoing media responsibility and privacy protection activities. The systematic critique of technology adoption and innovation resistance patterns that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' understanding of how technological change creates generational conflict and social adaptation challenges while creating opportunities for technology, education, and social change awareness that exceeded normal elementary school technology, instruction, and social studies programming. Their experience with technology adoption resistance and innovation conflict provided education about technological change and social adaptation that transcended conventional childhood technology education while creating understanding of innovation, impact, evaluation, and social change assessment that should have remained within advanced technology studies and social psychology contexts rather than becoming routine components of elementary school technology, education, and social development through direct exposure to technology, adoption conflict, and innovation resistance patterns that affected community, technological culture, and individual innovation. Understanding development, the expansion of artificial intelligence, and deep learning technology examination that characterized various incidents throughout this period revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of how machine learning and automated systems affect human decision-making and social relationships, while creating ongoing challenges about technology, ethics, and human autonomy that required understanding of computer science and philosophy that exceeded normal elementary school technology, education, and ethics instruction. Their exposure to artificial intelligence development and automated decision-making systems provided education about technology, ethics, and human autonomy that transcended conventional childhood technology education while creating understanding of artificial intelligence, evaluation, and human agency assessment that should have remained within advanced computer science and technology ethics contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school technology, education, and ethical reasoning through direct exposure to artificial intelligence systems and automated decision-making patterns that affected community, technology, culture, and individual human agency. Understanding development while revealing ongoing technology, ethics, inadequacy, and human autonomy, protection, system, dysfunction, problems, the systematic exploration of generational conflict and communication breakdown examination that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing awareness of how rapid social change creates family tension and relationship strain, while creating ongoing opportunities for family education and generational understanding that exceeded normal elementary school family life and social development instruction. Their navigation of generational conflict and family communication breakdown provided education about family dynamics and generational understanding that transcended conventional childhood family education, while creating understanding of generational conflict, evaluation, and family communication. Assessment that should have remained within advanced family studies and social psychology contexts rather than becoming routine components of elementary school family education and social development through direct involvement in generational conflict resolution and family communication improvement that shaped community, family culture, and individual relationship understanding development processes. The emergence of business expansion and commercial development themes that characterized Randy Marsh's continued agricultural and entrepreneurial ventures revealed South Park's position within broader economic development processes, while creating ongoing questions about business ethics and community impact that exceeded normal elementary school economics, education, and business awareness instruction. The boys' exposure to business development and commercial expansion provided education about entrepreneurship and community economics that transcended conventional childhood business education, while creating understanding of business, impact evaluation, and commercial development assessment that should have remained within advanced business studies and community development contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school economics, education, and civic responsibility through direct exposure to business development and commercial impact patterns that affected community, economic culture, and individual business understanding development. The systematic critique of food industry innovation and culinary tradition adaptation that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' understanding of how technological innovation affects cultural practices and consumer behavior, while creating ongoing challenges about tradition, preservation, and innovation acceptance that required sophisticated understanding of cultural change and economic development that exceeded normal elementary school, social studies, and cultural awareness instruction. Their experience with food industry, innovation, and culinary tradition adaptation provided education about cultural change and consumer behavior that transcended conventional childhood cultural education, while creating understanding of tradition, preservation, evaluation, and innovation impact. Assessment that should have remained within advanced cultural studies and food science contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school cultural education and consumer awareness through direct exposure to food, innovation and tradition, adaptation patterns that affected community, cultural practices, and individual consumer understanding development. The expansion of entertainment, platform competition, and media consolidation examination that characterized numerous incidents throughout this period revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of how corporate consolidation affects cultural expression and consumer choice, while creating ongoing questions about media diversity and artistic freedom that exceeded normal elementary school media literacy and economics instruction. Their navigation of entertainment platform, competition, and media industry consolidation provided education about media economics and cultural diversity that transcended conventional childhood media education, while creating understanding of BCIS, media, consolidation, evaluation, and cultural expression. Assessment that should have remained within advanced media studies and cultural economics contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school media, literacy, and cultural awareness through direct involvement in media, diversity advocacy, and cultural expression protection that shaped community, media, culture, and individual entertainment, understanding development processes, while creating precedents for ongoing media, accountability, and cultural freedom activities. The systematic exploration of comedy, culture, evolution, and humor boundary navigation that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing awareness of how social change affects comedic expression and cultural discourse, while creating opportunities for communication, education, and cultural literacy that exceeded normal elementary school language arts and social studies instruction. Their navigation of comedy culture, evolution, and humor boundary conflicts provided education about cultural communication and social discourse that transcended conventional childhood language education, while creating understanding of comedic expression, evaluation, and cultural communication. Assessment that should have remained within advanced communication studies and cultural analysis contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school language education and cultural development through direct involvement in comedic expression, advocacy, and cultural discourse. Participation that shaped community, communication, culture, and individual humor, understanding development processes. The emergence of multiverse exploration and reality variation, experiences that characterized various documented incidents, revealed South Park's continued exposure to advanced dimensional physics and reality manipulation, while creating ongoing questions about identity and existence that exceeded normal elementary school science education and philosophy instruction. The boys' experience with multiverse exploration and alternate reality encounters provided education about dimensional physics and identity philosophy that transcended conventional childhood science education, while creating understanding of reality, perception, evaluation, and identity, consistency assessment that should have remained within advanced physics and philosophy contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school science education and philosophical development through direct exposure, multiverse systems and reality variation patterns that affected community reality understanding and individual identity development, while revealing ongoing dimensional stability, challenges, and reality perception, security inadequacy problems. The systematic integration of Paramount streaming platform content and special presentation formats that developed throughout this period revealed South Park's adaptation to new distribution models, while creating ongoing opportunities for narrative expansion and audience engagement that transcended traditional television programming limitations and seasonal scheduling constraints. Their involvement in streaming platform content development and special presentation creation provided practical experience in media production and audience engagement that exceeded conventional elementary school media education, while creating understanding of content distribution and audience relationship management that should have remained within professional media production and entertainment industry contexts, rather than becoming routine components of their ongoing cultural commentary and social criticism activities through direct participation in streaming platform content, development, and special presentation creation that affected community media consumption patterns and individual entertainment, understanding development. The expansion of character relationship, evolution, and long-term development examination that characterized the streaming era revealed the boys' continued psychological growth and social maturation, while creating ongoing opportunities for relationship, education, and personal development that exceeded normal elementary school social development and counseling programming. Their navigation of complex relationship dynamics and personal growth challenges demonstrated emotional intelligence and social awareness that transcended conventional childhood relationship education while providing practical experience in relationship maintenance and personal development that should have remained within advanced psychology and relationship counseling contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of their ongoing social development and community participation through direct involvement in relationship, evolution, and personal growth processes that shaped community, social culture, and individual relationship, understanding development, while creating precedents for continued emotional development and social responsibility enhancement. The systematic exploration of contemporary social media, culture, and digital platform integration that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the boys' understanding of how digital communication affects social relationships and community dynamics while creating ongoing challenges about authentic communication and digital responsibility that required sophisticated understanding of technology, psychology, and social media effects that exceeded normal elementary school technology, education, and digital citizenship instruction. Their navigation of social media culture and digital platform integration provided education about digital communication and social responsibility that transcended conventional childhood digital citizenship education while creating understanding of digital relationship evaluation and online behavior assessment that should have remained within advanced digital studies and social psychology contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school digital citizenship and social development through direct exposure to social media culture and digital platform integration, patterns that affected community, digital culture, and individual online behavior, understanding development. The emergence of educational system evolution and academic experience development that characterized various incidents throughout this period revealed the boys' continued exposure to institutional inadequacy and educational system dysfunction while creating ongoing opportunities for educational reform advocacy and academic excellence pursuit that exceeded normal elementary school academic achievement and educational policy awareness. Their navigation of educational system evolution and academic experience challenges demonstrated institutional awareness and educational advocacy that transcended conventional childhood academic participation while providing practical experience in educational reform and institutional improvement that should have remained within adult educational policy and professional education contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of their ongoing educational development and civic participation through direct involvement in educational system evaluation and academic excellence advocacy that shaped community, educational culture, and individual academic understanding development processes. The systematic examination of healthcare system changes and community health management that developed through various documented incidents revealed the boys' growing understanding of how healthcare policy affects individual and community welfare while creating ongoing challenges about health, access, and medical ethics that required understanding of healthcare systems and public health that exceeded normal elementary school health, education, and science instruction. Their exposure to healthcare system, evolution, and community health management provided education about healthcare policy and public health that transcended conventional childhood health education while creating understanding of healthcare, access evaluation, and medical ethics assessment that should have remained within advanced health policy and public health contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school health education and civic responsibility through direct exposure to healthcare system changes and community health management patterns that affected community health, culture, and individual medical understanding development, while revealing ongoing healthcare access inadequacy and medical ethics system dysfunction problems. The expansion of economic shifts and family structure impact examination that characterized numerous incidents revealed South Park's position within broader economic transition processes, while creating ongoing questions about economic stability and family adaptation that exceeded normal. Elementary school economics, education, and family studies instruction. The boys' exposure to economic change and family structure adaptation provided education about economic transition and family dynamics that transcended conventional childhood economic education, while creating understanding of economic impact evaluation and family adaptation assessment that should have remained within advanced economics and family studies contexts, rather than becoming essential elements of elementary school economic education and family development through direct exposure to economic change and family adaptation patterns that affected community, economic culture, and individual family understanding development. The systematic critique of cultural evolution and tradition preservation efforts that emerged through various documented incidents revealed the boys' sophisticated understanding of how rapid social change affects community identity and cultural continuity, while creating ongoing opportunities for cultural education and tradition maintenance that exceeded normal elementary school social studies and cultural awareness instruction. Their involvement in cultural evolution and tradition preservation efforts demonstrated cultural awareness and community responsibility that transcended conventional childhood cultural education, while providing practical experience in cultural preservation and community organization that should they have remained within adult cultural leadership and community development contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school cultural education and civic participation through direct involvement in cultural evolution, management, and tradition preservation, advocacy that shaped community cultural policy and individual cultural understanding development processes, while creating precedents for ongoing cultural responsibility and tradition maintenance activities. The ultimate significance of South Park's streaming era lies not in any individual platform, adaptation, or content distribution enhancement, but in the systematic transformation of traditional narrative frameworks into flexible storytelling systems that maintain essential satirical effectiveness and character development consistency, while adapting to new technological environments and audience engagement patterns that transcend conventional broadcasting limitations and enable continued cultural commentary through personalized content delivery methods that preserve the core dynamic of elementary school wisdom, consistently proving superior to adult institutional responses and professional expertise in addressing contemporary American social challenges, establishing precedents for ongoing cultural criticism and social analysis that operate according to principles that transcend traditional media distribution boundaries, while creating foundations for continued satirical commentary and character development that would define South Park's ongoing relationship with cultural influence and social criticism throughout the streaming platform era and beyond, demonstrating that authentic cultural commentary and effective social criticism can adapt to new technological environments while preserving essential narrative elements and maintaining consistent character development patterns that enable continued examination of American institutional inadequacy and social dysfunction through vehicles that reach audiences according to contemporary media consumption preferences and digital engagement patterns. In the comprehensive synthesis of South Park's complete chronological development, where the accumulated patterns of supernatural encounter, community dysfunction, and elementary school problem-solving excellence converge into a unified mythological framework that reveals the underlying connections and recurring themes that transform isolated incidents into coherent narrative structures and character development arcs. There emerges a systematic integration of seemingly disparate elements into a cohesive cosmological understanding that demonstrates how 27 years of documented extraordinary circumstances create consistent patterns of otherworldly intervention and institutional failure that operate according to principles far more sophisticated than random coincidence or simple narrative convenience would suggest. The mythos integration represents more than retrospective analysis or thematic organization, but rather the comprehensive documentation of how prolonged exposure to supernatural phenomena and adult incompetence creates interconnected systems of cosmic significance and moral development that transcend individual episode boundaries to encompass overarching patterns of character growth and community evolution that reveals South Park's unique position within dimensional stability systems and supernatural intervention networks, whose scope and complexity exceed anything typically associated with small-town American community development and elementary school social dynamics. The systematic examination of recurring supernatural elements and their integration across multiple timeline periods reveals South Park's consistent position as a nexus point for otherworldly activity that operates according to established protocols and intervention patterns rather than random, supernatural manifestation or coincidental otherworldly contact, indicating either deliberate cultivation by entities whose capabilities exceed human understanding, or natural dimensional properties that concentrate supernatural activity through mechanisms that remain invisible to normal scientific observation, while creating predictable cycles of alien encounter, interdimensional crossover, and cosmic conflict participation that transform routine community life into continuous preparation for otherworldly intervention and supernatural crisis management. The consistency of alien research programs and their ongoing interest in South Park residents suggests long-term observational studies whose scope encompasses multiple generations of community development, while their sophisticated but cover-up operations and memory modification techniques indicate access to advanced psychological manipulation technologies that enable comprehensive public awareness management without disrupting normal social functioning or triggering governmental intervention and scientific investigation that would compromise operational security around research, activities whose true objectives remain hidden behind layers of classification and institutional compartmentalization. The evolution of character development arcs across the complete chronological timeline reveals sophisticated personality, growth, and moral reasoning enhancement that transcends normal elementary school developmental expectations, while maintaining essential character traits and relationship dynamics that provide continuity across multiple crisis situations and supernatural encounters, demonstrating psychological resilience and adaptive capabilities that enable continued normal social functioning despite repeated exposure to traumatic events and otherworldly phenomena that should have created lasting psychological damage, and behavioral adaptation problems requiring extensive therapeutic intervention and psychiatric care. Stan Marsh's development from simple protagonist into sophisticated cultural critic and moral leader demonstrates intellectual growth and ethical reasoning that exceeds typical childhood cognitive development, while preserving essential personality characteristics that enable continued friendship, relationships, and community integration, despite his enhanced analytical capabilities and social awareness that consistently identify problems and solutions that remain invisible to adult authorities and institutional systems, whose professional training and specialized expertise prove inadequate for addressing the complex challenges that characterize contemporary American social dysfunction and political polarization. Kyle Broflovsky's transformation from argumentative intellectual into principled advocate and community organizer reveals moral development and social justice awareness that transcends conventional elementary school diversity education while maintaining core personality traits that enable effective collaboration and friendship maintenance, despite ideological disagreements and cultural conflicts that test relationship, stability, and social cohesion under pressure from external forces and community division that threaten individual identity and collective unity. His consistent advocacy for minority protection and social justice principles demonstrates ethical reasoning and moral courage that exceeds typical childhood moral development while providing practical leadership and organizational capabilities that enable effective community organizing and social change advocacy through mechanisms that should remain within adult civil rights, activism, and professional social work contexts, rather than becoming routine components of elementary school civic participation and social responsibility. Development. Eric Cartman's complex evolution from simple antagonist into sophisticated psychological manipulator and strategic planner reveals cognitive abilities and behavioral patterns that transcend normal childhood social development while maintaining essential character flaws and moral limitations that prevent his enhanced capabilities from enabling genuine redemption or positive community contribution, creating ongoing tension between his remarkable strategic intelligence and fundamental character defects that enable increasingly elaborate schemes and psychological manipulation, while preserving the essential dynamic that makes him both valuable collaborator and dangerous community member, whose participation in problem-solving activities requires constant vigilance and moral oversight. His development into genuine sociopathic personality demonstrates the dark possibilities of enhanced cognitive development without corresponding moral growth, while revealing how prolonged exposure to extraordinary circumstances can amplify existing personality disorders and character defects into dangerous levels of manipulation and control that threaten community safety and individual welfare. Kenny McCormick's unique relationship with mortality and resurrection across the complete timeline reveals supernatural protection systems and dimensional manipulation that operate according to principles beyond normal biological limitations, while creating ongoing questions about consciousness, continuity, and identity preservation that transcend conventional understanding of life and death processes, indicating either divine intervention or technological capabilities that enable consciousness transfer and physical reconstitution through mechanisms that remain completely unobservable and scientifically inexplicable. His gradual development from simple recurring death victim into mysterious figure with supernatural awareness and cosmic knowledge demonstrates personality growth that incorporates elements of otherworldly experience and dimensional understanding while maintaining essential friendship relationships and social integration that enable continued normal community participation, despite his unique status and supernatural experiences that should have created permanent psychological changes and social isolation. The comprehensive evolution of South Park as a geographical location and community environment reveals systematic changes in demographic composition, economic development, and social organization that reflect broader American cultural trends, while maintaining essential characteristics that preserve community, identity, and social cohesion, despite ongoing exposure to disruptive forces and external pressures that threaten traditional lifestyle patterns and cultural continuity. The town's adaptation to technological innovation and social change demonstrates remarkable resilience and flexibility while preserving core values and relationship patterns that enable continued community functioning and individual identity maintenance. Despite rapid cultural transformation and institutional change that challenges traditional authority structures and social organization systems, the systematic development of family dynamic progression across multiple households reveals complex patterns of relationship evolution and generational conflict that reflect broader American family structure changes while maintaining essential emotional connections and support systems that enable continued family functioning despite ongoing stress and crisis exposure that tests family stability and individual psychological health under conditions of continuous emergency response and supernatural encounter management. The Marsh family's evolution from conventional suburban household into rural agricultural enterprise demonstrates economic adaptation and lifestyle change capability, while preserving essential family relationships and individual identity characteristics that enable continued social integration and community participation despite dramatic changes in living circumstances and economic activities. The transformation of South Park Elementary's educational system reveals institutional adaptation and policy evolution that reflects broader American educational challenges while maintaining essential educational functions and student services despite consistent administrative incompetence and professional inadequacy that creates ongoing risks for student safety and educational achievement under conditions of regular supernatural encounter and community crisis that exceed normal educational emergency preparedness and institutional response capabilities. The school's continued operation despite obvious institutional failure and professional malpractice indicates either remarkable community tolerance for educational dysfunction or systematic protection systems that enable continued institutional functioning. Despite obvious inadequacy and ongoing safety violations that should have triggered comprehensive reform and administrative replacement, the evolution of government and authority relationships throughout South Park's documented timeline reveals increasing federal involvement and institutional monitoring that indicates official recognition of the community's unique characteristics while demonstrating governmental capabilities for supernatural event management and public awareness control that exceed anything acknowledged through normal democratic oversight and public information disclosure systems. The sophisticated nature of cover-up operations and community surveillance indicates systematic federal programs whose scope encompasses ongoing research and intervention activities that operate according to classification levels and on-scene operational security requirements that transcend normal law. Enforcement and emergency response protocols to encompass intelligence gathering and scientific research that serve strategic objectives beyond simple community safety and public welfare protection. The comprehensive integration of international relations and diplomatic consequence patterns reveals South Park's disproportionate influence on global political and economic systems through mechanisms that transcend normal, community-level international engagement while creating ongoing precedents for diplomatic involvement and cultural exchange that affect global stability and international cooperation through processes that operate according to principles beyond conventional understanding of how local communities interact with international political networks and global economic systems. The buoy's continued capacity to influence foreign policy outcomes and international relationship dynamics indicates either extraordinary circumstances that amplify local actions beyond normal proportional impact or systematic enhancement of their decision-making influence that enables individual choices to affect global events through supernatural or technological mechanisms. The systematic exploration of celebrity and media integration patterns throughout the complete timeline reveals South Park's position within entertainment, industry networks, and popular culture, influence systems that enable ongoing celebrity involvement in community events and supernatural encounters while creating precedents for media attention and cultural commentary that affect national discourse and popular culture development through mechanisms that transcend normal community media relations and public attention management. The consistency of celebrity participation in South Park events indicates either widespread entertainment industry knowledge about supernatural phenomena or systematic recruitment of famous personalities for otherworldly encounter, participation through processes that remain hidden from public awareness and media industry oversight. The evolution of technology adoption and innovation integration reveals South Park's adaptive capacity and cultural flexibility, while maintaining essential community characteristics and social relationships that preserve local identity. Despite ongoing exposure to disruptive technologies and social changes that challenge traditional lifestyle patterns and cultural practices, the community's successful navigation of technological change demonstrates remarkable resilience and adaptation capability while preserving core values and relationship patterns that enable continued social functioning and individual identity maintenance. Despite rapid technological advancement and cultural transformation pressures, the comprehensive development of environmental and geographic changes throughout the documented timeline reveals South Park's position within broader ecological systems and climate change processes while maintaining essential geographical characteristics and environmental conditions that preserve community identity and lifestyle patterns despite ongoing exposure to environmental challenges and natural disaster events that test community resilience and adaptation capabilities under conditions of climate change and environmental degradation that affect regional stability and local economic sustainability. The systematic integration of cultural and tradition preservation efforts across multiple timeline periods reveals South Park's commitment to maintaining community identity and cultural continuity despite ongoing exposure to external pressures and social changes that threaten traditional lifestyle patterns and cultural practices, while creating opportunities for cultural evolution and tradition adaptation that enable continued community cohesion and individual identity maintenance within changing social and economic circumstances that require flexibility and innovation while preserving essential community characteristics and relationship patterns. The comprehensive exploration of mysterious elements and unexplained phenomena that persist throughout South Park's documented chronological development reveals ongoing questions and unresolved mysteries that transcend individual episode boundaries to encompass overarching patterns of supernatural activity and otherworldly intervention, whose ultimate purposes and long-term implications remain hidden from normal observation while creating continuous opportunities for discovery and investigation that reveal the fundamental mystery at the heart of South Park's existence. As a location where the boundaries between dimensions become permeable and the normal laws of reality prove insufficient for explaining the extraordinary circumstances that characterize daily life and community development within this unique geographical and cultural environment. The systematic examination of timeline inconsistencies and reality distortions that characterize various periods of South Park's documented history reveals the malleable nature of space-time within the community's geographical boundaries, while creating ongoing questions about causality and chronological progression that transcend normal physics limitations to encompass dimensional manipulation and temporal engineering capabilities that enable reality, revision, and historical modification through mechanisms that remain invisible to normal observation, while creating practical consequences for individual identity and community development that affect personality, consistency, and relationship stability across multiple possible timeline variations and alternate reality manifestations. The ultimate significance of South Park's mythos integration lies not in any individual thematic connection or character development synthesis, but in the comprehensive revelation of how seemingly random supernatural encounters and Boshin, isolated community crises connect through underlying patterns of cosmic significance and dimensional instability that transform a small Colorado mountain town into a crucial nexus point within multiversal systems and interdimensional networks whose scope and importance exceed anything that geographical size or demographic characteristics would suggest. While the consistent superiority of elementary school problem-solving capabilities over adult institutional responses reveals fundamental truths about wisdom and moral clarity that transcend educational credentials and professional expertise to encompass authentic human understanding and collaborative effectiveness that operates according to principles of innocence and moral courage rather than authority and institutional power, creating a perfect laboratory for examining the essential human qualities that enable survival and community prosperity under extraordinary circumstances, while revealing the ultimate inadequacy of conventional authority systems and institutional frameworks for addressing the complex challenges that characterize existence within dimensional instability zones, where reality itself becomes subject to manipulation and revision by forces whose capabilities and objectives exceed human comprehension yet remain surprisingly compatible with continued human habitation and community development when approached with genuine wisdom and collaborative spirit. In the deepest philosophical examination of South Park's complete chronological and thematic development, where the accumulated patterns of supernatural encounter, community dysfunction, and moral complexity converge into a comprehensive framework for understanding the fundamental questions about human nature, social organization, and ethical reasoning that emerge through prolonged exposure to extraordinary circumstances and institutional failure. There reveals itself a systematic exploration of existential themes and moral principles that transcend entertainment value or satirical commentary to encompass genuine philosophical inquiry into the nature of wisdom, authority, and community survival under conditions that test every assumption about how societies function and individuals develop moral reasoning capabilities when confronted with challenges that exceed normal human experience and institutional response capacity. The philosophical framework represents more than thematic analysis or moral commentary, but rather the comprehensive documentation of how sustained exposure to cosmic forces and dimensional instability creates opportunities for examining fundamental questions about consciousness, identity, and social responsibility that operate according to principles far more sophisticated than conventional philosophical inquiry. typically addresses within academic contexts that remain isolated from practical application and real-world consequence evaluation. The systematic exploration of childhood innocence and adult corruption themes throughout South Park's documented chronological progression reveals the fundamental tension between natural moral clarity and institutional compromise that characterizes the relationship between authentic human wisdom and professional authority systems, whose complexity and specialization create barriers to effective problem solving while generating bureaucratic obstacles that prevent practical solutions from being implemented despite their obvious effectiveness and moral superiority. The consistent pattern of elementary school students identifying reasonable approaches to complex social and political problems while trained professionals and institutional authorities fail to recognize or implement these solutions indicates either extraordinary circumstances that reveal hidden truths about human nature and social organization, or systematic corruption within adult authority systems that prevents authentic wisdom from influencing policy decisions and institutional responses to community challenges and crisis. Situations that require moral clarity rather than technical expertise or professional credentials to address effectively. The boys' remarkable ability to navigate complex moral dilemmas and identify practical solutions while maintaining essential innocence and friendship relationships demonstrates that authentic wisdom and ethical reasoning develop through direct experience with moral challenges rather than formal education or professional training that can create intellectual sophistication without corresponding moral development and practical judgment capabilities. Their collaborative approach to problem solving and their consistent prioritization of community welfare over individual advantage reveals moral principles and social responsibility awareness that transcends conventional childhood moral education to encompass genuine ethical reasoning and community commitment that operates according to principles of compassion and justice, rather than self-interest and competitive advantage that characterizes much adult decision-making and institutional policy development within contemporary American social and political systems. The persistent incompetence and moral compromise that characterizes adult authority figures throughout South Park's timeline reveals systematic problems within institutional authority structures and professional education systems that create barriers to effective leadership and community service, while generating psychological pressures and career incentives that corrupt individual moral reasoning and practical judgment capabilities through bureaucratic requirements and professional advancement criteria that prioritize institutional loyalty and procedural compliance over community welfare and ethical decision-making principles. The consistent failure of trained professionals and institutional authorities to address community challenges effectively, while elementary school students routinely identify workable solutions, indicates fundamental problems within contemporary authority systems and professional education that prevent authentic wisdom and moral clarity from influencing institutional policy and community leadership, despite obvious need for practical problem-solving and ethical guidance that transcends professional expertise and bureaucratic protocol requirements. The evolution of social commentary approaches throughout South Park's chronological development demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how satirical criticism and cultural analysis can reveal fundamental contradictions and moral inconsistencies within contemporary American social and political systems while maintaining effectiveness across changing cultural contexts and political circumstances that test the durability and adaptability of satirical frameworks and critical analysis methodologies. The series' ability to address contemporary issues while preserving essential character relationships and community dynamics, indicates that authentic cultural criticism requires consistent moral foundations and philosophical principles rather than temporary political positions or cultural trend following that compromises long-term effectiveness and analytical integrity for immediate relevance and popular appeal that may distort authentic social observation and moral reasoning development. The systematic examination of moral relativism and ethical complexity themes that emerge through various documented incidents reveals South Park's sophisticated approach to moral reasoning that acknowledges genuine ethical dilemmas and competing value systems, while maintaining commitment to fundamental principles of human dignity and community welfare that provide stable foundations for moral judgment, despite cultural change and social pressure that test individual conviction and community cohesion under conditions of political polarization and ideological conflict. The series' navigation of controversial topics and sensitive cultural issues demonstrates that authentic moral reasoning requires both intellectual sophistication and genuine compassion, while avoiding simplistic ideological positions and cultural prejudice that prevent effective community, problem-solving and authentic relationship development across differences in background and belief systems that characterize diverse communities and democratic societies. The comprehensive exploration of community resilience and adaptation patterns throughout South Park's documented timeline reveals remarkable capacity for survival and social functioning under extraordinary stress and crisis conditions, while maintaining essential community characteristics and relationship patterns that preserve local identity and cultural continuity despite ongoing exposure to disruptive forces and external pressures that exceed normal community adaptation capabilities and crisis response resources. The town's ability to survive repeated supernatural encounters and social crises while preserving community cohesion and individual identity demonstrates principles of resilience and adaptation that transcend conventional community development models to encompass psychological flexibility and social cooperation that enables continued functioning under conditions that would overwhelm most communities and destroy normal social organization systems through trauma, accumulation, and institutional breakdown. The systematic examination of individual versus collective identity themes that characterize various periods of South Park's development reveals the ongoing tension between personal autonomy and community responsibility that affects individual character development and social relationship formation, while creating opportunities for moral growth and social understanding that transcend conventional individual development models to encompass authentic community participation and social responsibility awareness that operates according to principles of mutual support and collaborative problem-solving rather than competitive individualism and social isolation that characterizes much contemporary American social organization and personal identity development. The boys' ability to maintain individual personality characteristics while participating effectively in collaborative problem-solving and community service demonstrates that authentic individuality and genuine community participation enhance rather than compromise each other when approached according to principles of mutual respect and shared responsibility. The comprehensive analysis of tradition versus progress tensions that emerge throughout South Park's chronological development reveals sophisticated understanding of how communities navigate cultural change and technological advancement while preserving essential identity characteristics and relationship patterns that provide continuity and stability amid ongoing social transformation and external pressure that tests community resilience and cultural adaptation capabilities under conditions of rapid change and institutional disruption. The town's successful navigation of cultural evolution, while maintaining core values and social relationships, demonstrates that authentic progress requires preservation of essential human relationships and community characteristics, while adapting external systems and institutional structures to serve fundamental human needs and social cooperation requirements, rather than forcing human adaptation to technological and institutional demands that compromise community welfare and individual dignity. The systematic exploration of media and reality intersection themes throughout the documented timeline reveals South Park's sophisticated understanding of how information systems and entertainment media affect individual consciousness and social relationship development, while creating ongoing challenges about authentic communication and reality perception that transcend normal media literacy education to encompass comprehensive analysis of how narrative construction and information presentation affect community decision-making and individual identity formation through psychological mechanisms that operate below conscious awareness, while shaping social behavior and political participation according to media influence rather than authentic community experience and direct relationship development. The series' examination of media manipulation and reality distortion demonstrates the need for critical thinking and information verification skills that enable individuals to distinguish between authentic experience and manufactured narrative, while maintaining capacity for genuine social relationships and community participation that transcends media influence and cultural manipulation. The comprehensive examination of conspiracy and truth themes that characterize numerous incidents throughout South Park's timeline reveals sophisticated understanding of how information, control, and narrative manipulation affect democratic participation and community decision-making, while creating ongoing challenges about truth verification and institutional accountability that require critical thinking and investigative capabilities that exceed normal civic education and democratic participation training. The boys' ability to distinguish between legitimate concerns and paranoid speculation, while investigating actual institutional secrecy and government cover-up activities, demonstrates analytical skills and civic responsibility, awareness that enables effective democratic participation and community accountability advocacy. Despite information warfare and psychological manipulation that affects public discourse and political decision-making, through mechanisms designed to prevent authentic democratic participation and institutional oversight, the systematic analysis of redemption and consequence themes that emerge through character development and community relationship evolution reveals South Park's sophisticated approach to moral development and ethical reasoning that acknowledges genuine human capacity for growth and change, while maintaining accountability for harmful behavior and destructive choices that affect community welfare and individual relationship development. The series' treatment of character redemption, possibilities, and moral consequence recognition demonstrates that authentic ethical reasoning requires both compassion for human weakness and commitment to justice and accountability that protects community welfare and individual dignity, while creating opportunities for genuine moral growth and relationship restoration through mechanisms that transcend simple punishment or forgiveness to encompass comprehensive moral development and social responsibility enhancement. The comprehensive exploration of economic systems and class dynamics throughout the documented chronological progression reveals South Park's sophisticated understanding of how economic inequality and social stratification affect individual opportunity and community cohesion, while creating ongoing moral challenges about wealth, distribution, and social justice that transcend normal economics education to encompass ethical analysis of economic systems and their effects on human dignity and social cooperation. The series' examination of economic injustice and class conflict demonstrates understanding of how economic systems can either support or undermine community welfare and individual development, while revealing the need for economic organization that serves human needs and social cooperation, rather than wealth concentration and competitive exploitation that destroys community relationships and individual opportunity for authentic development and social participation. The systematic examination of religious and spiritual exploration themes that characterize numerous incidents throughout South Park's development reveals sophisticated approach to faith and spirituality that acknowledges genuine human, spiritual needs and religious experience, while maintaining critical analysis of institutional religion and spiritual authority that can compromise authentic spiritual development through organizational corruption and doctrinal manipulation that serves institutional power rather than spiritual growth and community welfare. The series' treatment of religious questions and spiritual authority demonstrates that authentic spiritual development requires both openness to transcendent experience and critical evaluation of religious institutions and spiritual claims that enables genuine faith development while protecting against spiritual manipulation and religious exploitation that compromises individual spiritual growth and community spiritual health. The comprehensive analysis of environmental and technological ethics themes that emerge throughout the documented timeline reveals South Park's understanding of humanity's complex relationship with natural systems and technological development, while creating ongoing moral challenges about environmental responsibility and technological ethics that transcend normal environmental education to encompass comprehensive analysis of how human activity affects ecological systems and how technological development can either enhance or compromise human dignity and community welfare depending upon ethical frameworks and social organization principles that guide technological application and environmental resource management decisions. The systematic exploration of global and local perspective integration that characterizes South Park's approach to international issues and community problems reveals sophisticated understanding of how local community decisions affect broader global systems, while international events and cultural influences shape local community development and individual identity formation through mechanisms that operate according to principles of interconnection and mutual influence that transcend conventional boundaries between local and global concerns, to encompass comprehensive awareness of how community welfare and global stability depend upon ethical decision-making and social cooperation at every level of human organization, from individual relationships through international diplomatic and economic cooperation systems. And so we reach the present moment in South Park's ongoing chronicle, though like the town itself, this timeline continues to evolve with each passing season and special event. What emerges from this comprehensive chronological journey is not simply a collection of individual episodes, but rather a complex tapestry of American cultural commentary, filtered through the perspective of eternal childhood and the adults who consistently fail to provide adequate guidance or protection. The genius of South Park's timeline lies not in its consistency, for consistency was never the goal, but in its ability to remain fundamentally true to its core premise, while adapting to address whatever contemporary concerns demand satirical attention. The boys remain fourth graders, the town remains susceptible to extraordinary events, and the adults remain remarkably incompetent at managing crisis situations. Yet within this framework, genuine growth and development occur. As you drift towards sleep, remember that South Park's timeline teaches us that while the world around us may change dramatically, the essential human experiences of friendship, community, moral confusion, and the search for meaning remain constant. Rest now, knowing that somewhere in Colorado, 4 boys continue navigating the chaos of a world that makes no sense, finding their way through absurdity with the wisdom that only true innocence can provide.